Greetings, my name is Emilio, and I'm one of the founders of Live from Earth, as well as the portal platform that the event is running on. And I want to thank you all for joining us for these broadcasts this week. We're supporting some really important environmental groups, as well as highlighting the work of innovators and problem solvers who are meeting the challenges of our day, considering our Earth. And so I'm so happy to spend this time this week with you all, creating together and then also benefiting these causes. Today is day 3, Wildlife and Habitat. We're gonna have some really fantastic talks from leaders in the movement. We're looking forward to Lynn Twist opening things up today. Also gonna be seeing Zainab Salbi from Daughters of the Earth. We're gonna have Kim Stanley Robinson, worldwide known author, and Atassa Sultani of Amazon Watch. There's just so many great people that are going to be part of this broadcast. So I want to thank them all for being here with us today. I also want to thank our sponsors from Rugged Elegance, as well as the sponsors from Elixir, and everyone who's been supporting the event and donating to these causes. Thank you all so much. We have still 3 more days of Summit to go, and then this Saturday on April 22nd, we'll be hosting an incredible concert event for Earth Day, Live from Earth. So thank you again so much for joining us, and I hope you enjoyed this. Hi, everybody, Live from Earth. This is Jacob Devaney from Unify, and I am very pleased to have with me Lynn Twist, one of the co-founders of the Pachamama Alliance. They do amazing work in the Amazon and actually all over. And so everybody, welcome Lynn Twist. Good to see you today, Lynn.
Thank you, Jacob. Wonderful to be here with everybody on Unify and Live Earth and you.
Yes, we have some amazing broadcast partners today. We have Earth Gratitude, Portal, of course, and so many other partners and individuals everywhere who are just literally part of the solutions that we're all looking for and need in the world right now. And so yeah, it's very exciting, and it feels really great to be kind of flipping this script on the kind of traditional doom and gloom perspective of our planet and her challenges, and kind of shift a little bit more towards a new story, a new narrative. And I know that that's a central part of your work with programs like Awaken the Dreamer, and just shifting our consciousness and our relationship. And I know all of that really kind of boils back for Pachamama Alliance and your work to the indigenous worldview. So I was wondering if you could maybe just kind of start out at the root. Why does Pachamama Alliance feel that, including and collaborating and partnering with indigenous voices, and in many ways letting them take lead, is so crucial and important right now for addressing our challenges environmentally?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me on, and thank you for that beautiful question. Well, it's how we got started. It's our origin. It is where the Pachamama Alliance came from. So we will never be far from our roots, which is in the Amazon rainforest, actually a particular location in the Amazon rainforest, the Sacred Headwaters region at the base of the Andes, in Ecuador and Peru. That's where we were initially called by the Achuar people to come to them and be part of their initial contact with the outside world, which was a great privilege for my husband Bill and I and our colleague John Perkins. And out of that encounter with the Achuar, which was their invitation for modern world people that they very kind of clearly chose to come to them and educate them about the modern world, so that when the modern world came at them, which they knew was inevitable, they would be ready to collaborate rather than get run over, to understand the modern world rather than be totally shocked by it. And so that they would have a relationship with modern world friends that would help them navigate what they knew was going to be a very challenging set of encounters that were coming, and that they saw that in their dreams and visions, which is how they see the future. So that's the origin of Pachamama Alliance. And so we always honor those roots, because the indigenous people that we work with have a different worldview than you and I. They haven't individuated the way we do. They are more about the communal life with one another and in the community of life, which is all the other plants, animals, and species. Whereas we have individuated as a species, kind of in a kind of hierarchical above and beyond. We think we have dominion over everybody and everything. And then even within our own species, we have individuated so much that we do it almost at the expense of the community. Whereas indigenous people, their ethic is, if the community is healthy, then everybody in the community will be healthy. So they focus on the community rather than the individual. And that's not right or wrong or better or worse. It's just different. And so when you step out of your worldview and step into another worldview, which is so very rare for us, you see the worldview you came from, and you can see whether or not you really think it works so well, or you can pick it back up, or part of it, but not all of it. So part of the power of working with indigenous people is letting go, even for a moment, of the water we're swimming in, which we can't see, or looking at your own eyeballs is kind of hard, so that we get a perspective on our perspective. And that's been the source of great wisdom, insight, revelation, and empowerment for the Pachamama Alliance.
Wow. Yeah, I think us humans tend to like to see ourselves in the context of each other and other humans. And it's so refreshing to be reminded, somewhere in our ancestry, we all had that understanding that's still kept today by indigenous people, which is seeing ourselves in the context of the larger web of life, the other animals, the plants, even the elements, the soil, the water, the sunlight, and so forth. And I think one of the things that really, really super attracts me to the Pachamama Alliance, in addition to the fact that you not only work with indigenous partners in the Amazon and do such amazing work with youth and travel programs, and assisting the Achuar in having a kind of eco-spiritual tourism, where they have basically created income streams that don't include destroying the forest, that are income streams based on educating people about their worldview. I think it's so amazing. And when you discuss kind of the modern world and the ancient world converging, it makes me think of the stories of the eagle and the condor. And we have, even right now, we're have all this technology that we can communicate with, and we're modern in so many ways, but we are, we're kind of primitive in our understanding of the natural world. And so I love the idea of a partnership, because it's not, none is above or below the other. We're all in a circle together. And that's, I think if there's one thing about Pachamama that I think is so beautiful that the world can really learn from, is this model of fusing modern technology, modern civilization with ancient and traditional earth wisdom. So yeah, thank you for that inspiration. And what are what are some of the initiatives you're focusing on now? I know that uh, during the pandemic, you weren't doing the spiritual travel programs as much. I do know that you have a number of different online programs, but what would you say is kind of your best foot forward for right now with Pachamama Alliance and your work? And yeah, how would you like to share that with people?
Well, I'd like to share that the original mandate of the indigenous people, and mandate's probably too strong a word. It was a request, an invitation, an offer, but a pretty strong one. That not only did they want us, even though they invited us there to the Ecuadorian Amazon, not only did they want us to support them and educate them about the modern world and be their partners, so that when their first encounters came, they would prevail and succeed. But they also said, which was a really important part of what they said, the most important work you can do, they said to us, is go home and change the dream of the modern world. And this phrase, change the dream of the modern world, sort of stuck with us. It sort of was heavy on our heart. For a long time, we didn't really know how to even start. But then we just started, and we created what you're familiar with, which is the Awakening the Dreamer Symposium. Awakening the Dreamer, Changing the Dream Symposium, which we began in 2006, 2007, 2000, somewhere in there, and has been a very successful program to shift people's perception, ways of seeing who we are and the role we play on the earth and in the community of life and in the universe. And it changes the dream that we all kind of were born into, for more of this and more of that, so many more square feet in your house, 2 cars in the garage, a swimming pool if you can get one, more stuff, to being people who are aspiring and committing to bringing forth an environmentally sustainable, spiritually fulfilling, socially just human presence on this planet as a new dream for humanity, rather than more of everything. And that program has been very, very robust and successful, led by 3,000 to 4,000 volunteers around the world. And then when we had COVID, of course, we pivoted to total online, and it was partly online and partly in person. And then that's followed by something called the Game Changer Intensive, which is a 8 week course online that you do in little groups, so that you have discussion groups. And that's just fantastic. I like it to call it the crown jewel of the Pachamama Alliance. I love the Game Changer Intensive. It takes an hour and a half or 2 hours a week, but you learn so much, and you rethink the systems and structures we're trapped in and how to dismantle them, because we know they're not consistent with this a sustainable future. It's a fantastic course. And then after that, we created Drawdown with Paul Hawken and his colleagues. And after that, we have created something called, which is kind of the current couple programs. One is called the Global Climate Action Training, GCAT. And because what we can see now, we're in 2023, there's a demand from the universe, from the earth, from the ecosystems that we're all part of, a demand for climate action, right where you are. Find out about the legislation in your area. Understand what watershed you're living in. See if there are indigenous people nearby that you can empower and support and learn from. Find out what they're who's responsible for planting trees and how you can get more of them. Check on your clean and safe water. How is everything being recycled? Climate action right where you live. that includes and is also incorporates and embodies climate justice, because Pachamama has always been committed to environmental sustainability, spiritual fulfillment, and a socially just world. So climate justice is another wonderful part of the Pachamama Alliance now. Really look at, what does climate justice mean? How can we have a climate that serves all of us in a just way, rather than people who have less financial resources living near garbage dumps and plant refineries and polluted bodies of water? That's just so outrageous. So the Pachamama Alliance is doing those two things. And then those are two programs. And then if I can just say one more thing, we're now realizing that the timing of this interview, of this moment in 2023, not that far into 2023, is when we all organizations, all people, all governments, all companies, all everybody need to take the next, like get into a whole other gear. I don't want to say the next gear. We need to get into the gear that will have us meet standards that were set for 2050, meet them by 2030. In 7 years, we need to move the dial fast, because tipping points that are starting to come that are irreversible would create a kind of human misery we never could have even imagined. And the real tipping point, the good tipping point, is you and me and everybody at Unify, living newly, refreshing, revitalizing, resourcing, recalibrating the way we live, coming out of this period of being shut down for so long, in a way that we are regenerating life rather than destroying it. So move from a degenerative species to a regenerative species that is generating life and returning to a livable planet. So we want to end this climate crisis, not just mitigate it, not have it not be so bad, end it and regenerate the living systems of the planet. And humans have a hand in that now, because we destroyed them. We need to regenerate them.
Yeah, I love that. You know, I was speaking with Peter Fikowski. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Yes. Oh my God, we love him.
He's amazing. And I think his foundation is the Foundation for Climate Restoration.
Yes.
And, you know, it really blew my mind, because he said to me, he says, you know, Jacob, the idea of sustainability 100 years ago would be a great idea. But right now, even if we were sustainable right now, that would still mean, you know, death to the planet, or, you know, mass extinction. He says, we've used machines and technology to disturb the balance in our atmosphere. So, you know, we're going to need to actively reverse it, which is regenerative. It's like you say. And I love that, because I think, you know, as we're looking at making an impact and getting involved, and, you know, you talk about the indigenous worldview of us all being interconnected. And I think a lot of that kind of starts around, and it's same with the dream, is, you know, being in love with the planet, you know, feeling that sense of, you know, that this is an extension of who we are, or we are an extension of what is the planet. And that's another, you know, another organization I love, the Earth Gratitude, is because they, you know, they say, hey, look, let's spend some time falling in love with the planet. Let's take some time to be grateful for what we have. And if you're really grateful, you start noticing, wow, I love the trees, I love the flowers, I love drinking fresh water. And then when you love something, it's only a very natural next step to want to protect it and to get involved in, you know, being part of that solution. So you mentioned your classes, which are all available, of course, at pachamama.org, which is PACHAMAMA.org. And I know, you know, on top of it, I joke sometimes, because I've been working off and on with Mary and Cassie, and, you know, we're always trying to figure out, where do we put the focus? Your organization kind of has its fingers in so many places, everything from social justice. You know, I was recently did an article on your
I'm going to see if I can pronounce it correctly. Ikeyama Nukuri.
Nukuri, that was very
Yeah.
close.
Yes, yeah. And how beautiful that's a program where people all over the world get to participate in helping to support education and support for pregnant Indigenous women in the Amazon. And I love that, when women are well taken care of and supported, and mothers are well taken care of and supportive, then we're all well taken care of and supportive, because the women and the mother are the nurturers. So uh, you have so many different amazing programs happening. I'm wondering, what would be your suggestion? Say there's a lot of people that look out and they think, wow, it's kind of overwhelming and depressing when you think about what's happening in the world. And I think at the same time, I think it's really sad that the environmental movement has become part of this partisan gridlock, this polarization. And I know, politics has become such a toxic and nasty world, really, all the way across the board, when even the people that are disagreeing with each other or on the other side of the political aisle with each other, we all actually have so much in common. And I often wonder myself, and I'm wondering if you thought about it or if you have any insights into it, but how do we break this gridlock, and how do we break this polarization to help everyone, no matter if you're in the modern world or you're in the indigenous natural world, or you're a Republican or you're a Democrat or you're a, whatever skin color you have or whatever your religion is. What are some ways that we can help to allow people to acknowledge what we do share in common, and that we do have common ground? I know that's something that we work on a lot with Unify. It's like, okay, we can have all the differences in the world, but we still have a lot in common. And can we put our differences aside a little bit and focus on what we do share in common, and kind of put some energy towards that as a people, instead of this constant, bickering. And I'm wondering, I'm sure you face that a lot, because you're doing social justice work, you're doing work with the climate, you have to get, there is an edge where you are having to interface with politics, whether it was with Bolsonaro and the chopping down of the rainforest, or the exploitation of the Amazon and so forth. So how do you deal with that, and what's your approach to that?
Well, I'll just say that the divisiveness, the way to heal it is to connect with people that aren't naturally your tribe. So I'll just say it takes a lot of bravery and courage, and you have to kind of get off your position, whatever it is, to be, for example, in the progressive corner of things or side of things. It's very difficult for them, progressive people. I'm one of them, so I'll say us, and probably to some extent you, I would imagine, to kind of cozy up to people on the far right. They're just not my people. I don't agree with them. I don't, the way I even, in my head, I judge the way they talk, the way they dress, the way they sit, the way they hold their coffee cup, all the things that when I see them on TV and it says under their name, this is the governor, the Republican government from where, or the Republican this. And the same thing's true from the Republican side. They see a progressive or a Democratic label on somebody, and then they can't listen to them anymore. You actually can't hear them. Their mouth is moving and words are coming out, but you can't hear them because you've already decided they're wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. They're in a different stream of information. They're on the other side. You start countering whatever you hear in your mind. So we've labeled each other. So if we just stopped that one thing, and on the television screen, it didn't say what party people were from, but what state they were from, maybe, or I don't know, just their name, it would change so much. If we didn't do that to each other, talk about the Republicans and the Democrats, instead of talk about, well, this is this person, and this is this person, and this is this person, and this is this person. I mean, that's a simple little thing, but by God, it's so hard to do that. Secondly, I'll just share a little story that's very fresh for me. I was invited on Thursday of last week, so it's not even a week ago, to go inside of, even the way I'm saying it shows my bias, inside of one of the largest companies on earth, the largest oil company on earth, ExxonMobil. And I was invited to go through all the security checks that you have to do to even go on that campus, because it's one of the oil companies people love to hate that are in the progressive side of things. It's the, they had the Exxon Valdez huge oil disaster years ago. They have made an absolute fortune due to the Ukraine war. They've never had more cash in their history than they do right now. And this is, in some ways, you could say, or a progressive would say, on the backs of the people who are fighting the Ukraine war, or on the backs of people in Africa who don't have electricity yet, 600 million of them, who are cooking on little baby stoves that require fuel that's so expensive for them now. It's doubled, tripled the price. And the oil companies are just making out like bandits. So, that's one way of looking at the oil company. Another way of looking at the oil company is this is one of the largest producers of the energy that you and I are using right now to have this conversation. That is empowering the servers, that are making sure that Zoom works, that are putting the energy in the heater that's at my feet because I'm so cold this morning in San Francisco. That's made the glasses you're wearing and the glasses I'm wearing out of the petroleum that comes that makes plastic, etc. We could be grateful to that company. We could say, I salute you for the enormous service you provided for humanity. And I know, I can feel that you're trying to change your direction, but you're like a huge, giant ocean liner trying to make a U-turn. And it's hard to do. So I was inside of that company meeting with the top people in climate, the climate, kind of pod that report to the president, CEO, and the chair. The person responsible for the head chief scientist, the person responsible for biodiversity, the person responsible for stakeholder action around climate. And these are people that you and I, we would love hanging out with them. They're awake, they care, they have kids. They're inside of this giant thing that's inside of a giant system that forces the giant winners of the system to keep winning, almost forces them to keep winning the unfortunate game that none of us want to be playing anymore. And it's very hard for them to change. So I'm telling that story to remind us that there's no evil people out there, cooking up a plot to get us all. No, it's a system. It's a system we're all accountable for, that we're all trapped in. It's a system that we don't know how to extract ourselves from. And you can go live in a cave in India, or you can live in an ice cave in Mongolia, or you can, pitch a yurt and try to live off the grid. And people are doing that, but that's not going to change the system. That means you just leave it behind. So I feel very eager to encourage people who are listening to, I know it's hard to talk to your relative who voted for Trump if you're not a Trump supporter. And if you're a Trump supporter, I know it's hard to talk to your relative who's involved with all kinds of climate activities. But somehow you need to remember that you are each other at the very root. And that's what Indigenous people have taught me. They know that they are each other. They know that they are part of the natural world. It's not they live in the forest. They are of the forest. They are the forest speaking for itself. They are that. So they don't need to protect the forest exactly. They are of the forest, ensuring that the forest prevails. And that's a different way of working. That is not, there's no attack in that. There's nobody wrong. There's no sides. And it's not binary, black or white. It's a rainforest. There's thousands of life forms in every single tree. So that's part of where we've lost our way. And the rainforest, the Amazon, the indigenous people can be immensely helpful in reminding us who we really are.
Yeah, just acknowledging that interconnectedness and interdependentness. And I think underscoring it with just some basic kindness and mutual respect for the parts that we are connected, even with the people that we really, really disagree with. And I think there's a component of the political machine that is basically thrives on divisiveness.
Yeah.
And I think, again, that's why it's so important that people are creating new models, or as you say, creating a new dream, like Pachamama is doing. You know, and an interesting little note, Portal, which is one of the broadcast partners, is they're creating a new model as well because they're running their servers on green energy. So there are grassroots organizations and individuals everywhere looking at the problem and seeking solutions. So yeah, I think Pachamama Alliance is an organization that really sets the bar and inspires a lot of us, no matter where we come from and what kind of work we do. And so I really, I want to encourage anybody to go on your website, pachamama.org, PACHAMAMA.org, and learn about the amazing programs on Pachamama. And yeah, and I want to thank you so much, Lynn, for just giving us some of your time and all of your amazing work and sharing your wisdom. If there was one thing that you wanted to kind of a little elevator pitch on your way out for younger people, or maybe people that are feeling depressed or overwhelmed, what would you tell them as someone who's been in this battle for many years? You've walked the walk and walked the talk and all of that. What would you want to say for people as an encouraging message moving forward?
Well, there's, I'll say three things. First of all, join the Pachamama Alliance, and you can do that by just signing on to our website, pachamama.org. But I also invite you to become what I call a global citizen, what we call a global citizen, which is someone who reallocates every month some portion of the expenditures you would be spending that are harmful to the Earth's ecosystems, and withdrawing money from that stream of expenditures and reallocating it to the Pachamama Alliance. So it's a contribution, a monthly contribution of $25 or more. But we like to have people do it in a way that they reduce their footprint financially in some areas of their life where they're doing damage they don't mean to be doing, like reduce how much you use your car, reduce how much you fly, or reduce how much you use any kind of disposable or one-use plastic. Just stop using it. And that frees up financial resources to reallocate it to the Pachamama Alliance. So become a global citizen, and you'll get constant messaging about how to reallocate your resources in a way that takes it away from the death economy and puts it into the life economy. So that's number one, become a global citizen. You can do that on the Pachamama website. It's a monthly donation program. Number two, get into action, some kind of action where your body's involved. Because when we're in action, we're not complaining, we're not shooting down ideas, we're not whining, we're not worrying, we're in action. We don't have time for that. Get in action in your community. Take the global community action training and get in action in your community. Start a project or join a project, get yourself in action. And if you can, have it be something that involves your physical body and gets you outdoors. And then number three, commit yourself to reversing and ending the climate crisis, not thinking, oh my God, what are we going to do? It's getting worse and worse. I don't think I can do anything. Not doing that, but saying, I'm ending the climate crisis with every action I take. I wake up in the morning and I end the climate crisis in the way I live. That context, that commitment, that way of seeing life really changes the choices you make. I will not ever again use the plastic water bottle. I know too much now. I know plastic water bottles are some of the worst things that we use and throw away every day, 600 million every single day in the United States, 600 million plastic water bottles. You know, I remember before I said this to myself, I'll never do that again. I'll never use it. Even on the airplane, when they offer me a plastic water bottle, I say, no, thank you. No matter how thirsty I am. That's, you know, that's only one thing, but it's simple, but you can't believe how hard it is, because you're in a hotel, you're in a this, you're into that, you're at a restaurant. Sometimes they just give you a plastic water bottle. They won't give you water. So that's seems like a simple little thing, but if 600 million plastic water bottles did not go into landfills and the ocean today, that would be a really good day for the world, for the earth. So take action, some kind of action. Make Pachamama part of who you are by being a contributor and actually joining the Global Citizen Program and getting messages about how to be a good global citizen. And number 3, commit yourself to ending the climate crisis. And if you make that commitment, it'll change the way you think. It'll change the way you live. It'll change the way you walk on this planet. So those are my 3 recommendations for everybody.
I love it. And, you know, we didn't even mention this. Pachamama, what does Pachamama itself mean? It's a Quechua word, correct?
The word is, Pachamama. It's all one word, Pachamama. And Pachamama means, to the Quechua people whose language it is, that's the largest indigenous language on earth, it means the earth, the sky, the universe, and all time. And for short, we can say it means Mother Earth. And the alliance, Pachamama Alliance, is an alliance between the indigenous people of the Amazon rainforest, primarily in the Sacred Headwaters region, and conscious, committed people in the modern world like you, Jacob, and everybody who's listening today. So join us. Please join us.
We're all part of the Pachamama Alliance.
Absolutely.
Yay. Yay. Well, thank you so much. And thanks for taking a little bit of time out of your busy schedule and your book tour, which I don't know if you want to mention.
With you today.
Oh, the honor is mine. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Zainab is a celebrated humanitarian, author, and journalist. Oprah Winfrey identified her as one of the 25 women changing the world to People magazine and Foreign Policy magazine, called Zainab one of 100 top global thinkers. Zainab is the co-founder for DaughtersForEarth.com and host of Redefined podcast. She's also the author of a few books, including the national bestseller Between Two Worlds and her latest, Freedom is an Inside Job. She's also the creator and host of several shows, including Me Too Now What on PBS and Through Her Eyes with Zainab Salbi at Yahoo News. Zainab started her career when she was 23 years old as the founder and former CEO of Women for Women International, an organization to help women survivors of conflicts. She built the group from helping 30 women to reaching nearly 500,000 women and raising $146 million in AIDS and microloans to help them and their families rebuild their lives. Thanks for your time today, Zainab. It's wonderful to have you with us.
Pleasure.
So I'm curious to know, what have you come to do at this time? What is your life purpose?
Oh, I'm lucky to have known my life purpose at a young age. I grew up in Iraq, in the midst of war, the Iran-Iraq war, and I grew up as the daughter of the first feminist I've known in my life, which is my mother. And when I was a teenager, she would make me read all these books about women's rights. And she would tell me all these stories about both personal stories as well as general stories about what women go through in their lives and the oppression of women and the silence of women. And I remember when I was 16 years old, my mom was driving and I turned to her and I said, Mama, when I grow up, I'm gonna, dedicate my life to helping women around the world. And, she turned to me and she said, and honey, you can, and you will. And I know that's the best gift my mother has given me, to believe in me. And I think over time, I came to believe that all what we need to do, or all what we need in our lives when we have dreams, is at least one person to believe in it. And for me, it was my mother, the first person to believe in it. And I over time came to believe that I am lucky to know my purpose. I've never, there are times in which maybe from 16 to 23, I explored different ways, but to know that I stand for marginalized people, and that happens to be majority women worldwide, and I will spend every breath I have the rest of my life to fight for equality and justice and a fair and loving world, is blessing. It's a blessing, I believe. So grateful for that.
Thank you, Zainab. You recently co-founded Daughters for Earth, which is an organization focused on supporting global women leading efforts to protect, restore, and regenerate the earth. Could you please tell us a bit about the work this new organization is doing?
Yeah, I mean, this came first from, there's a mental story and there's a heartfelt story in it. And the mind-led story, let's say, came from a conversation I had with my co-founder, Jody Allen, of how can we be part of supporting women who are working on climate solutions, and how can we mobilize women to be actively engaged in the discussion because they were not in the discussion. And this was a few years ago. And I am not a climate expert. I am not even scientifically oriented. I am interested in science, but that's not my, I have to read and learn, to get there. So we first went to investigation, what's happening with the story and climate change and women, right? And what we discovered, that women actually are impacted severely by climate change, as in, just to give you an example, 80% of the displaced people because of climate crisis are women. We discovered that women actually are doing a tremendous amount of work as climate solutions, both in protecting land and water and shifting to regenerative agriculture. These are scientifically backed roadmaps on how do we solve the climate crisis. We only give attention to technology, but in reality, as mapped by our partners One Earth, the science says there are human-led solutions, such as protecting land and water, and such as shifting to regenerative agriculture. And women are taking leadership in these avenues, in these pathways. But they're getting 2 cents out of every environmental dollar. that is going to environmental solutions, especially from the philanthropic community. And that's really, it's like the mental story or the mind-led story is what ticked me off. Like, here again, another story of marginalization of women in our voices, in the resources we need to get the job done. We don't have enough women. We are not 50% of the decision-making table, and our work is not being acknowledged and not getting funded. Very common story across all sectors. And so that's, got me getting excited, saying that we need to do something about it. But there's a heartfelt story, truthfully, as well. And I'm grateful for the heartfelt story because it helped me look at everything in a different perspective. And it came from a time of illness about 3.5 years ago, in which to summarize the story, I lived for 1.5 years in the land of the dead and the land of the living. I wasn't sure if I'm going to survive or not. And it was really hard for me to live in the cities at that time. So I ended up moving to the countryside and just being in nature, complete nature, immersion in nature. And I came out of this experience with a very deep gratitude. I tear up as I'm talking with you, to nature. I felt like nature not only helped me stay alive by feeding me, which is how we typically think of nature. I actually felt like each tree was like helping me walk again, and each wind was helping me breathe again, and each bird was like teaching me how to trust life and how to trust everything about this earth. And I came out of it with a profound connection and a profound joy, to be honest, to my heart, to nature, to the divine power, and to everyone else as a result. And I came as a result saying, wow, if I could feel this way, I will do everything possible to support people's experiences to feel what I'm feeling. And most of all, I will do everything in my hand to support Mother Earth, because I owe it to her. And it's personal. But I think we all owe it to her. We really all owe it to her. And I lived a lifetime taking her for granted, and this is being a progressive person who, does all the right things, but nevertheless, the emotional connection was not there until I was in a very vulnerable state. And now I'm disciplined in being connected, in being in that connection. And from that, from the mind and the heart, came the birth of Daughters for Earth, which, as you suggested, is only a year-old initiative. It is a fund and a campaign that aims at mobilizing $100 million to do 3 things. One is to support women-led solutions on the ground, grassroots women-led solutions. And within 1 year, we have supported more than 60 women-led efforts with $1.2 million in funding. And that funding comes from everyone. Like, we're inviting everyone to be part of that. It's not, I don't believe philanthropy should be only for the rich. Philanthropy for me, is a concept that we each, regardless of our economic backgrounds, can be philanthropic in whatever way we know how to, or we can. The second goal of Daughters for Earth is to give tools and resources to speak with women all over the world, particularly at the Global South, where I am from, to share the knowledge in a non-Western oriented discussion. Again, I'm a newcomer to the climate movement, and in my, new fresh eye, it's a very Western-centric narrative about the climate discussion. It dismisses other cultural narratives and other narratives of different societies and nations and countries and people, of how they related to Earth and relate to Earth, and how did that, change. And it didn't change because they were evil. Frankly, it changed because of capitalism and commercial interests that also came from a Western-centric approach, right? So when I talk with other women from different parts of the world, they're saying, Someone needs to talk with us, not without this gibberish labels that we do not understand, but someone needs to explain to us in a basic sense of what are you talking about? Can you explain the science, what we need to do? So we're developing toolkits to disseminate to different women's circles around the world to share what is the science saying? What is the roadmap? What can you do? What can you do in your country, in your community, in your life? And we're partnering with different women leaders and women's organizations to do that. And the last but not least is to give that same information to a grassroots level, everyday women to join the movement and become part of a movement to make that difference.
Amazing work, Zainab. So excited for what this new organization will be doing for the planet, and looking forward to hearing about all the different initiatives globally that are rolling out. So thank you.
Thank you.
You did
Thanks
touch on
for,
something.
honestly, not for us. Thank you for all the women whose work been amazing and they just not been noted. And all what we are doing at Daughters for Earth is celebrate them, fund them, and make sure everyone join them. That's ultimately the goal.
We're at such an interesting moment right now, once again, I think, with the rise of women and on the earth at this time. So it's wonderful to see these frameworks and organizations coming forward to support that work. It couldn't be more timely. So thank you. You did touch on something a little bit earlier, which was your connection to the earth through your heart. And it's something that I hear a lot from activists and also just leaders in the space who are really doing this work. They're purpose driven. It's what drives them, and you can't deny their connection. So, right now in 2023, we're standing at a crossroads in a rapidly changing and warming world. What do you think is the most important work humanity can do at this time to help bring us back into right relationship with the earth, to find that connection that you talked about feeling? What can we do? What can humanity do to come back into balance again?
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment in time in which I was actually optimistic, in terms of what, and that was during COVID, because all of us were forced to slow down and forced to, many, not everyone, but many were also blessed and privileged to perhaps have the connection with Earth, the slowing down forced, brought about rather, right? So I was optimistic that we'll actually lead with new values moving on. And I'm sad to see, only a few years later, less than a few years, we're back into wars. And frankly, regardless of the reason for the wars, I am a survivor of war. I worked in wars for 20 years and I reported out of wars for 10 years. We're just again pillaging and poisoning Earth. And I find it fascinating in the middle of a climate crisis. We first poison it and then we talk about solutions. And for me, they don't connect, right? So I always say humanity needs to get its grip together. And first of all, stop wars. I am not joking. I mean, I know we're talking about climate, but for me, they're interrelated. Second is lead with feminine values, which enough with this leading with our hearts, the war on climate. No, we don't want a war on, we need to relate to Earth in a loving way. We are not against, we are for. And it's not a technology-less solutions like the weapons are technology. There are things we humans need to go back to our hearts and relate to our Earth with our hearts, right? So I don't believe if women lead the world will be a better place. I believe the good, the bad, and the ugly exists in women and in men. But I do believe that we need more feminine leadership. And yes, I do believe that women may have more access to that for the moment until more men can join in finding the feminine leadership. We need to lead with different values, and we need to dare to talk about love and grace and listening and concepts that we don't use in our politics and our activism, and trust. We need to do that. And we frankly, last but not least, need to look at the solutions as intersectional solutions. We can't. I'm from Iraq, as I said, and just to give you an example that I'm very familiar with, right? My people who produces oil, right? Fossil fuel. But we have gone through 40 years of war, mostly by the Western world. We've been, yes, my people went to also, like when you're like bombarded all the time, you do go mad, but we've been called all kinds of names, terrorists, backwards, and now we are being lectured about, like, oh, you have oil, now you're again evil. We need to be more compassionate to people. We need to talk to other cultures and in understanding the cultural narratives of people to bring them along in the journey and in the ride, and to have everyone on the narrative that we indeed, it's time to change our relationship to Earth. So it's a long, prolonged answer, but I think the summary of it, unless we make the 21st century the feminine century, our humanity is at stake. Earth is going to be okay, as we all know. It is our children and our great grandchildren whose life as threats, not Earth. And so we've got to get a grip of it and change. And I find it sad how many leaders have not changed, and they went back to the norms since COVID.
Thank you, Zainab. If you would vision with me for a moment forward and imagine that by the time it's 2030, that we have equal representation of women, Indigenous and BIPOC voices, communities and leaders in policy making, decision making and business leadership around the planet. And then flip forward to 2050 after 20 years of things being rebalanced with those kinds of voices in the space. And if you could just future vision with me, if we did rebalance things with the way we're doing things in the world, with the way that we shape and run the world, how would things look in 2050 if we had really changed our tune? What's your greatest vision of a future world where we've actually succeeded in the work we've come here to do? I just would love to hear any ideas you have about if we do go in the right direction. Zainab.
Well, I do. I mean, this is my personal belief, right? To make the shifts that is needed for Earth, as scientifically mapped by our partners, One Earth, which is protect 50% of land and water, shift to regenerative agriculture, and shift to renewable energy. For me, these shifts, which are possible today, and we can see the impact if we actually have the political will and the financial will to do it, we can see the impact in 2030, 2050, 2070. It's about our wills. And that means we change few things. It means money. It means we're saying, I'm doing everything I can. And if that's one drop of water, it is one drop, join me. And what we need to do is join the hummingbird, and everyone, individual, company, government, local, national, international, we all need to do it, and we can do it. I am a believer that we can.
Beautiful. Thank you, Zainab. I completely agree with you. I'm also a believer that we can. So we've come to the end of our time today, our conversation. I'm just curious to know if you have any final words for our audience today. Any words of wisdom from Zainab?
As an activist all my life, I have come to learn that we can lead to change with different emotions. We indeed can lead change with anger. We can lead to change with fear. But I've experienced both in my life. And I have come to believe that the most effective way to lead change is with love. It's maybe taking longer time to do it. It may take slower rate even of doing it than anger or fear, but it is the most sustainable way, and it is the most lasting way, and it's the most inclusive way. So I wish for everyone in the climate movement to lead with love and with joy. Fear had worked thus far to wake up the world. Now, to engage the world in the solutions, we need more love and we need more joy. So may we all lead with love and joy, and may we all dance in the process until the very end.
Thank you, Zainab. Where can people find out about you online?
www.daughtersforearth.org. And I invite you all to join us. And I really, together, this is not one person's solution. This is everyone's solution. I invite every daughter in every part of the world to join us in making the solution, in celebrating those who are making the solutions, and in being part of the movement.
Introducing Portal. One community to create, discover, and share. Live streams, podcasts, courses, conferences, real-world events, and more. At Portal, you can directly support the creators you enjoy, with data privacy guaranteed for all. And Portal plants a tree for every subscription purchased. We invite you to join us in reimagining the internet, built on values of generosity, creativity, and trust. Portal, one community to create, discover, and share. Join the movement at portal.com.
Joining me today to talk about creating transformation in the field of wildlife conservation is the CEO of Conservation Nation, Lynn Mento. Conservation Nation launched in the fall of 2021 with a mission devoted to supporting and amplifying underrepresented voices in the conservation field, including women, people of color, Indigenous people, and those from disadvantaged communities. Their goal is to lift long-standing barriers to accelerate the growth of a strong community of wildlife champions and future leaders, solving biodiversity challenges together. Check out this introduction to their important work.
Historically, it has taken privilege to explore nature and to become a conservationist. Access to education and training and unpaid internships are barriers to entry, creating a cycle where future diverse conservationists don't see themselves in these careers. At Conservation Nation, our mission is to preserve the planet by creating a diverse and inclusive wildlife conservation movement. Here are some of our end-of-the-year highlights. The Conservation Nation Grant Program offers funding to help save animals and their ecosystems by building a stronger, more diverse wildlife conservation community. We are looking forward to seeing all the projects from our next cohort of grantees in the new year. Conservation Nation focuses on role models and how they can influence youth and their futures by connecting them to people working in the field. Inclusion is the only path to growth and success in conservation. Now more than ever, we need every brilliant voice, perspective, and solution at the table to save the delicate web of biodiversity that keeps us all alive and thriving. To learn more about how you can help, visit conservationnation.org.
So inspiring. Thank you, Lynn, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Kelly. I'm thrilled to be here at Live from Earth. This event gives me such hope for the future. It's just full of amazing people doing terrific things, so I'm honored to be part of it.
And you are one of those people. Tell us more about the work of Conservation Nation.
So we are passionate at Conservation Nation about preserving the planet and the inclusive movement that we know is essential in order to do that. We need every smart voice, solution, perspective, lived experience at the table. And as you saw in that video, unfortunately, there have been long-standing barriers for decades that have kept people out of the field of conservation. And so our mission is to lift those barriers and create a strong, inclusive, diverse, representative community of conservationists and wildlife champions.
So how exactly do you propose to do that?
We do it two ways. We've created this unique program that merges these two things. So the first is providing support to conservationists from these traditionally underrepresented communities. And then the second is by inspiring the next generation of conservationists who are diverse, inclusive, and representative to see themselves as wildlife champions, all the way up to pursuing a STEM academic and career path into conservation. On that work, we have two programs on the education side, one here in the US, which we call the Conservation Nation Academy, and it's designed to inspire middle schoolers to see themselves rightfully and confidently as wildlife champions. And we do this primarily by using role model conservationists who help these kids see conservationists who look like them, have walked paths like them, so we can break the "if you can't see it, you can't be it" challenge. And then also by providing them with opportunities to be in nature, so their confidence grows, their sense of belonging grows. It's a terrific little program, and you can hear more about it now from one of our students at the fabulous Washington School for Girls, Catherine.
I'm Aziza, and what I like about Conservation Nation is that the teachers are interactive with you. What I liked about meeting Taylor was that she let us touch the wolf fur. It was actually fun. It was scary at first, but then it got fun.
That's so great. This makes me so hopeful for the future. Did you say there was another education program?
There is. We're doing work with the Girls Foundation of Tanzania, which is a terrific organization in Tanzania that's dedicated to supporting education for girls from the impoverished communities in Tanzania and providing them with safe spaces for school breaks. And we're partnering with the Girls Foundation of Tanzania to inspire these girls to see themselves as wildlife champions and become ambassadors within their own communities. So we're doing things like taking the girls out to field trips to wildlife conservation organizations that we're working with in Tanzania so that they get hands-on experience. And then we are partnering with them to create wildlife clubs that these girls can take out to schools in Tanzania, and the girls become the wildlife champion ambassadors at these school club programs. You can hear now from the woman who runs the Girls Foundation of Tanzania, Esther Happy.
I am Esther Happy, Director of the Girls Foundation of Tanzania. I'm very excited because we are partnering with Conservation Nation, and we've been doing a lot of education to the girls, teaching them how to conserve environment, to avoid all the destruction that can ruin our environment. And our girls, we have some of them here, you guys can wave. Hi! They learn how to conserve environment, and we are looking back for them to go back and educate their community. Nasila can share a little bit about that.
I'm Nasila. I come from the community of Maasai, and I'm very proud and happy to be selected to be at the Girls Center since I get the best education on how to conserve the environment. Since when I go back to my community, I educate them on the effects of cutting down trees, overgrazing. So I educate them on how to reduce the number of cattle and also to plant trees that they can beneficial later in their life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, that's incredible. And your other focus is on providing support to conservationists work around the world?
Yeah, when we realized how incredibly difficult it was for people who were not born into a family of privilege or one with connections to become part of this fight to save biodiversity and the planet, we knew our mission was going to be single-mindedly focused on lifting these barriers to allow them in. And so we created what we call a scaffolding program around these conservationists to support them, both get them into the field and then support them so they can thrive when they're in it. So the scaffolding program is designed for conservationists from traditionally underrepresented communities, and it has 3 pieces. We provide them with funding to support their wildlife saving work today. We provide them with professional development so that they can grow and thrive in their field. So it's things like sessions on how to tell your story or how to raise grant funding. And then the third way is providing them with mentoring and connections so that they get an equitable leg up and are able to both enter and then stay in the field of conservation. And, we were so proud when we were able to fund a full-time paying job for our first fellow, Taylor Raby, thanks to the generosity of Conservation Nation donors. So Taylor had been volunteering at the Yellowstone Wolf Project, and through our donors, we were able to fund a full-time paying job for her. So now she doesn't have to worry about a second job to pay the bills. She can focus full-time on wolf conservation and research. And we've got a little clip from Taylor here.
Hi, Lynn. Thanks so much for having me here. I'm so excited to be a part of this conversation. It's been so inspiring seeing some of the paths that everyone has taken to get involved with conservation and follow along with the work that they're doing. And so I would like to describe the path that I took in order to be involved with conservation and the work that I'm continuing to do. I grew up in a small town in northeastern Ohio, and I had always been super fascinated by wildlife growing up. I decided to pursue a bachelor's degree from the Ohio State University in zoology to kind of pave my way through some type of work in the conservation field. During my undergrad, I was very fortunate enough to travel all over the world. I got to study abroad in South Africa and really learn about the conservation work that they're doing there, which is what inspired me to want to keep going. I ended up moving to Yellowstone National Park, where my husband, Jack, is a PhD student with the Yellowstone Wolf Project, and I knew that I wanted to be involved with the research in some capacity. Yellowstone Wolf Project is funded by Yellowstone Forever, a nonprofit, so everything is through private donations, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to get hired on due to a lack of funding. So as I was in Yellowstone, I was working full-time as a wildlife guide and simultaneously volunteering for the Yellowstone Wolf Project 40 hours a week for free, and I did that for about 2.5 years. Whenever you want to be involved in the wildlife field and you want to kind of make your way, it's not necessarily about what you know, but it's about who you know. So you need to make a lot of connections out here, and often that means volunteering and working super low, underpaid jobs in order just to get your foot in the door. So I was very, very fortunate enough to be connected with Conservation Nation, who was able to provide support and funding for an entire year to pay me to work full-time for the Yellowstone Wolf Project. They brought me on as the first inaugural fellow, and I've been so fortunate to be able to work with Lynn and the other Conservation Nation team members who have really changed my life and help get me involved in the work that I'm doing. With the Yellowstone Wolf Project, I do a lot of major research and education on gray wolves. Wolves are extremely controversial out west, and so it's really important for me to be able to help people understand why they're important to the ecosystem and how they're beneficial on the landscape. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm so honored to be Conservation Nation's first fellow, and I hope more people can be supported by this incredible organization and get to continue to do work like me.
Wow, I'm learning a lot just from hearing from all these people. This is amazing.
Yeah, they're really phenomenal. So we are so proud to be supporting them. And, we have a second fellow as well, a woman named Yamat Langai. So thanks to the generous support, partnership, and funding of a terrific conservation organization called Catmosphere, focused on big cat conservation, we were able to fund a second fellow. And Yamat is a Tanzanian mother of 2, Maasai woman, who is working at a wonderful conservation organization called African People and Wildlife. And Yamat is working to save threatened lions by reducing human-lion conflict in the communities. And she does that primarily through data, measurement, and tracking. So Yamat is not only doing a terrific work in conservation, she's also breaking barriers for Maasai women that they can be in the field of conservation, and these myths that they can't be working with complex technology. She is busting those up. And you can hear from Yamat in this little video.
Thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm so glad to be able to do this work. thank you to the support of Conservation Nation. It's a great honor to be a Conservation Nation Fellow, which helped me to navigate the relationship between my people and the big cats in our region, northern Tanzania, where we are working toward peacefully coexistence. I manage several wildlife tracking and GIS software programs to help my organization manage its database. One especially exciting development has been the recovery of Tarangire lion population. This fellowship helped me to develop my skills I need to grow my work in conservation. I initially fell into this work by happenstance simply because it was what was needed in my community. But now, I'm so excited to deepen my commitments and help train others.
That is so great. What will it take to expand the academy to schools?
Yeah, so like all things, it takes money. So we are looking to expand the Conservation Nation Academy across the nation. There are underserved children everywhere who deserve to feel like they belong in nature and deserve to feel like wildlife champions. So right now we're doing a pilot in DC. This will be our second year. We're measuring results. And then if we get the funding, we're planning on rolling that out. So it takes funding to get the supplies, to train the teachers, to fund the field trips.
Yeah.
But it's critical to create this next inclusive generation of conservationists who will be leading us into the future. And at the same time, we are looking to raise more money for these amazing grants and fellows for people who are out there fighting every day to break barriers, save threatened animals, stitch up this delicate web of biodiversity for our children and children to come. So there's a long list, a waiting list of these incredible conservationists from underrepresented communities that we want to help support. And they want to be out there and saving the world for all of us. So we're looking for funding for that as well.
So will it be like an infusion program that sort of connects to academic standards in different districts, different demographics?
Yes,
like it will be part of like earth science, and you could infuse the whole thing into the greater teaching of the school system that already exists. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yes.
That is going to be transformative, I think, for the public school system. Like it needs that. That's what's missing. I think that's really what's lacking.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this is the best thing I've ever heard. I'm generally so excited. So how can our viewers get involved?
They can go to conservationnation.org and check out what we're doing. And if they feel so inclined, they can donate. We need the funding both to get this next inclusive generation up and off the ground and to fund these incredible people doing work today to save the web of biodiversity. So they can go in, they can look around, they can choose to donate, choose to become friends, follow us on social media. All of that is hugely helpful and powerful for us.
That's wonderful. This is going to be so good for children, students, the planet, and wildlife alike all at once. So perfect.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, wonderful to meet you.
Oh, it was fabulous meeting you, and it's thrilling to be here at Live from Earth. So thank you for the opportunity.
Everybody, make sure you go and check out Conservation Nation and get involved. This is important, transformative work for communities, children, animals, the planet, everything. This is what we need more of in this world. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Elkington is my guest on this episode of Inside Ideas, brought to you by 1.5 Media, Innovators Magazine, and the Aloha's Regenerative Foundation. John Elkington is a world authority on corporate responsibility, sustainable capitalism, a best-selling author and serial entrepreneur. John is founder and chief pollinator at Volans, which works with leaders to make sense of the emergent future to unlock tomorrow's market value. Volans tackles some of the world's most challenging problems, helping key actors expand their focus from the responsibility agenda through resilience to regeneration. Much of the work is at board or C-suite level. John's thought leadership is evident in ongoing Volans inquiries, including Project Breakthrough, Tomorrow's Capitalism Inquiry, and the Green Swans Observatory. John has helped create and incubate movements, including the global sustainability movement, and powerfully shaped initiatives like the Dow Jones Sustainability Indexes, the Global Reporting Initiative, and B-Lab UK. He was a faculty member of the World Economic Forum from 2002 to 2008, and in 2009, he was named fourth in an international survey top 100 corporate social responsibility leaders after Al Gore, Barack Obama, and the late Anita Roddick. John has addressed over thousands of conferences globally and served on over 80 boards and advisory boards. He is the author or co-author of over 20 books, the latest being Green Swans, The Coming Boom in Regenerative Capitalism. I've got your book here. It's one of my favorite. I recommend it all the time, John. This is one of the most amazing books of our decade and probably our century. I thank you very much for it. We've talked in other forums, Future IO Institute, we talked about your book before. And I really welcome you and thank you for your time that we can finally meet and have this podcast.
Mark, thanks very much for the invitation, firstly. Secondly, when you introduced me, it sounded almost like I was listening to my obituary strolling down. And actually, to be honest, I feel that I'm only just getting started. And hopefully we'll get into some of that in a moment. But again, looking forward to the conversation.
Well, I'm amazed because, and I hope it's okay for me to mention your age. You're getting into 72 now, right?
I'm 73 in June, so I'm told.
73 in June, yeah. So instead of birthday celebrations, you're having these birthday celebration events on regeneration and doing amazing things. And when I look at you, when I hear that you were on a meeting before our podcast, that you just have this insatiable drive to keep going. Is that because you don't see it as work, because it's this movement, this mission? Where do you get that? And can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, it's odd because I think my father was just a human dynamo, and he ran pretty continuously until he died about 3 years ago. And my mother died the same year. They were both in their very late 90s. So I think there's some sort of genetic component to it, but also I grew up with the environmental movement first, and I've always found anything to do with the wider environment absolutely fascinating. So it's been a constant set of learning curves. Then I got into sustainability, then I got into everything, and throughout worked with business. And if you're working with agendas like that and a world like the business world, which is everything, it's economics, it's technology, it's people in combinations and so on, it's absolutely fascinating. So I think to your point, I don't think it has totally been work to me. And if I'm not writing a book, then I need to be writing something else. So I find it hard to account for, but I'm sort of quite pleased it's worked that way to date.
So right after Green Swans came out in 2020, you received in 2021, last year, the World Sustainability Award. Unbelievable. And that just goes to what you say, this drive and to do this work, to speak, to write and talk about these things. I want to write out the gate, talk about the triple bottom line recall. For those on the call who've never heard about the triple bottom line, you came out with it what is it, 29 years ago now, almost, right?
1994, yes.
1994, and then you recalled it in 2018. I'd like you to tell us a little bit about that, and then I want to maybe explain for some of those individuals how to look at a recall. Is it similar to a product recall that we see out there? And for those who still have it in their models and who are still talking about the triple bottom line, how do we make sure that they have the recall product or the new version of that mentality, and where are you going with that?
Well, it turns out to be easier to recall something and create the shockwaves that go with that, which I did with the product recall in this case for the triple bottom line, people, planet, profit, as you said, in 2018. It's not quite so easy to then reintroduce the new version, although we have been doing that. And the book that you just kindly brandished, Mark, is part of the answer to the question, if not that, then what? But the idea of the product recall, and I'll come on to the history that built up to it, was not that we were sticking the idea of the triple bottom line on the spike. I mean, we couldn't. How dare we, in a way? I mean, it had got a life of its own. Now there's something over 4,000 B corporations around the world who are chartered around versions of the triple bottom line. And you mentioned the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, the Global Reporting Initiative. All of these different initiatives have had the triple bottom line at their core. But the original idea, the original intent, when I launched it in 1994, was we needed system change. And capitalism, it was currently configured, was not delivering the forms of value that we needed. In fact, it was actually very often destroying critical forms of value, particularly natural capital. So the idea was that the triple bottom line would help people think. And I have to say, for the first couple of years, it was difficult. I mean, even in my own company then, called Sustainability, which we'd set up in 1987, when I came up with the triple bottom line, one of my key colleagues, still a great friend, he was also a co-founder of Volans back in 2008, and I worked with him for well over 20 years, and he basically said, I didn't join an organization that was doing all of this economic and social stuff. I wanted to do environment because that felt to me the most important agenda. And it took me 18 months to take him through a process where he, at the end, he thought, actually, now I see why you're doing it. It's not against environment. It's not in replacement for it. It is actually a way of addressing the environmental challenges that we have. And then out of the blue, I mean, pretty much, a very major company, Shell, came to us and said, we want to embrace the triple bottom line. We want to do the first report on all of that. This was the dawn of sustainability reporting. They actually used, without consulting us, the phrase that I'd come up with, people, planet, and profit. That was in 1995. So, I mean, a huge amount of activity had happened. But the problem was, at least in my mind, the problem was that when I looked at what companies were doing, businesses were doing, very often what they were doing was trading off different aspects of the triple bottom line agenda. So, you know, they'd say, we're doing the economic bit because we're making a profit, tick. Well, the whole point about the economic thing is it's much wider than the financial performance agenda, but let's leave that for the moment. Then social, we're doing that. We provide jobs, we give people products and services they need, you know, again, tick. It's a shame about the environment. Or it might be, you know, we're doing really well on the financial and the environmental side. We're saving and making money by doing the right thing environmentally. Shame about the social side. Now you might see Walmart with, you know, its work on energy efficiency and as sort of some sort of solution to the climate crisis, as an example of a company that's gone stronger on the green and sort of financial side than it has sometimes perhaps on the social side, like sort of social conditions of labor and things like that. So to your question about replacing the original idea, in every opportunity that we get, we talk about why we think the triple bottom line was flawed, why we think it remains, despite the fact I'm saying it myself, I think it's a very useful idea and it won't disappear. But it needs to be thought in a slightly different way. And so that's what we're trying to explain.
Thank you for explaining that. Really, a lot of people are still, even though it's 28, 29 years ago now with the triple bottom line, still kind of hearing about it, realizing, oh, there's something that sounds pretty good, and whether they're a startup and they're starting it. I want to kind of ask a couple questions. So you went in that explanation, you basically said that Shell came out, they didn't really ask for full approval, they started using it, and you started seeing companies, not only Shell but others, using the triple bottom line in kind of this skewed way. I know you've done a lot of work with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, UN Global Compact, other international business-related environmental pushes. Was it also a little bit that frustration behind the scenes that you're seeing these organizations talk or use that, and just not the way that you originally intended? Is that also kind of that nudged you or kind of led into that recall as well?
Well, I'm going to say something that'll get me into a lot of hot water, but I imagine that Jesus or Confucius or Muhammad or whatever got frustrated because their followers, who were normal people, bent whatever they were hearing to whatever they wanted to hear or what they wanted to do. So, I mean, there's nothing unusual about a new idea being to some degree distorted in use. And I've always said that if something is going to go mainstream, then necessarily it dilutes, because suddenly everyone is talking about it, everyone is thinking about it, and they're all just taking their own little bits sort of in their own direction. So it wasn't any sort of surprise. But I think what had happened during the 20-some years since the idea was first launched was that the scale of the challenges that we face and the evidence, the scientific evidence that we were seeing on things like the climate emergency and biodiversity and all of these different things was becoming so pressing that what I was prepared to put up with in terms of, well, it's a bit like a teacher with students. They're not quite getting the whole story, but enough of it, they're getting enough of it to pass the exam. So let's leave them to it. It started to feel wrong. In key elements, that people were thinking that they were saving the world when they weren't, and they were thinking that when they had very little chance of doing things that would properly save the planetary systems that we all depend upon. So the odd thing was I didn't come at it with a very deep, well-articulated view as to exactly why the thing was wrong, exactly how it needed to be repaired, and timescales or whatever. I did it. The Harvard Business Review said it was the first time any management concept in their knowledge had been recalled. And I was quite lucky because, with a few exceptions, the response was overwhelmingly positive. But people did ask, and then what? What if not that? Then, as I said earlier on, what? And for me, the point I got to was that I'm going to do something really glib, and it's going to sound like a management consultant, and I apologize for it. But the 3 Ps, people, planet, and profit, which I came up with in '95, that was a way of trying to make the triple bottom line a little bit more accessible to people. Now, if you take the 3 Ps and you just step up one letter in each case, you get 3 Rs. And for me, those 3 Rs are responsibility, which is where most people who were practitioners on sustainability, triple bottom line, all of this good stuff, they would focus on responsibility. How can our company and its supply chain and its value web and all the rest of it become nicer, better, more transparent, more accountable, engage more of its stakeholders, all of that good stuff. What the Business Roundtable in the United States tends to call now stakeholder capitalism, although it was a very contested term when I first started to use it back in the early 90s. So responsibility is fine. We've got to do that. And the responsibility agenda keeps expanding. But the problem is that all of that good effort is not properly addressing the nature and scale of the problems that we now face. And that goes to soils loss, it goes to bleaching of coral reefs, but most conspicuously, it's the fires, the droughts, the storms, the floods that are coming with climate change, and particularly now you look at both the North Pole, which at times has actually literally been on fire, and you look at the Eastern Antarctic, where temperatures are now somewhere between 50 and 90 degrees beyond where they would normally be. This is outrageous. We've never seen this in recorded history. So it's in that sort of context that I was thinking that the way that the triple bottom line is currently being practiced is not improving the resilience of the systems on which we depend. So our economies, our societies, our politics, our biosphere, the environment, they're all wobbling in a different way. And they're all starting to wobble in a slightly integrated way. So in a way, I think that the war in Ukraine is one part of that bigger sort of accelerating disassembly of an old world order. And then the question is, well, if your systems are losing their resilience, what do you do? Well, some people might feel you can just get down on your knees and pray, or just hope. I don't. I think you've got to invest in all of those systems. You've got to restore them. You've got to regenerate them. And that's where the regeneration element of the story came from. So its responsibility is not enough to stop the resiliency problems that we now face. And you've got to regenerate all of those systems that we depend on in order to produce long-term system health. That, as simply as I can state it, is where we got to with the triple bottom line. And if within that framework, those three sort of frames in a way, you continue to
part of the endless re-imperatives. There's the endless re-imperatives: repeat, recycle, reuse, responsibility, resilience, regeneration. They go on, but those three: responsibility, resilience, and regeneration are fabulous. I've heard you say before, so I'm glad you brought that out.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, in the book, it's really on the cover. It says the coming boom in regenerative capitalism. So, which is really interesting for me, and I need your explanation in it. So you already tickle the third R, regeneration, on the cover, but as well as in the recall, the Green Swans is addressing kind of how are we looking at that? What are some of the tools? How can we make this product? Yeah. We're not removing it. We're not getting rid of it. We're kind of saying, hey, there's a way we can fix it or do it better, or understand the world a little bit more with this experience that we had, that it's not just an accounting principle sheerly on profits, and the other two aspects totally get overlooked. How do you define that regenerative capitalism, and what does that look like? How do you can you explain that a little bit more to us?
Well, I can try, and it's not uncontentious in the sense that I was trying to be slightly provocative when I put regenerative and capitalism together. And one of my great friends, Paul Hawken, who subsequently did a book called Regeneration, he was already working on it when I asked him the question. I asked whether he would put an endorsement on the cover of my book, and he said no, because he didn't like the capitalism focus. A lot of people are much more comfortable talking about a regenerative economy or regenerative business or something with sort of less hard edges. But I actually think that unless and until we can properly make capitalism regenerative, this isn't going to work. And when I talk about capitalism, I'm not, as most people would assume, talking about financial capitalism only or physical capital. I'm also talking about social capitalism, human capital, natural capital, intellectual capital, all of these different forms. And within each of those, there can be individual regenerative strategies, but equally, if you do it particularly well, you can actually do things like, for example, if you're regenerating a city, and part of what you're doing rebuilding the physical infrastructure, but you're putting in educational systems, you're putting in natural environments which help sort of sponge up floods and clean up the air and things like that. You're creating a system which is regenerative in multiple dimensions. And that is, I think, what we've increasingly got to do. In fact, you kindly mentioned that I just come off a call, and the call was with a very major infrastructure company, which is working on becoming regenerative by design. They're a Spanish company called Acciona. But the context in which we were talking was a pretty brand new course on regenerative economics, which the Capital Institute, John Fullerton and his colleagues, are developing now. And in the first cohort, I think it's over 8 weeks, over 250 people signed up, and there's a fee to join. And that to me is an indication of the way in which this sort of regenerative change agenda is starting to find its feet in a way. And it's not just now Walmart announcing it's going to become a regenerative company, believe it or not. But I mean, Paul Hawken has helped Doug McMillan, the CEO there, with think all of that through, or PepsiCo, or Unilever. All these different companies are now sort of wanting to go in this direction because they feel in their bones that this is the next big thing. They don't always know how to do it. And it's often easier to do in an area like farming than it might be in transportation, for example. But it's coming.
John, thank you for Green Swans. Thank you for everything. Thanks for letting us inside of your ideas. It's been a sheer pleasure. And I hope our paths cross again. I know you're still got plenty of work to do, and I'm looking forward to following it. Have a wonderful evening.
You too, Mark. And I was just thinking, as the swans on the cover are taking off, they're probably cackling, but they're probably not cackling in the way that I would like them to be. But it's been a joy, and look forward to a continued conversation. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. Jeremy Lent is my guest on this episode of Inside Ideas, brought to you by 1.5 Media and Innovators Magazine. Jeremy, described by Guardian journalist George Monboy as one of the greatest thinkers of our age, is an author and speaker whose work investigates the underlying causes of our civilization existential crisis and explores pathways towards a life-affirming future. His award-winning book, The Patterning Instinct, A Cultural History of Humanity's Search for Meaning, examines the way humans have made meaning from the cosmos, from hunter-gatherer times to the present day. His new book, The Web of Meaning, I've got it right here. I absolutely love it. I'm in love with this book. I've read both books, but this book is the tell-all. I absolutely love it. Integrating science and traditional wisdom to find our place in the universe, offers a solid foundation for an integrative worldview that could lead humanity to a sustainable, flourishing future. He is the founder of the nonprofit Little G Institute and writes topical articles exploring the deeper patterns of political and cultural developments of meaning. Jeremy, welcome to the podcast. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you so much, Mark. I'm really looking forward to our conversation today. Thanks.
I am too. It's so good that we could connect, and we're trying to collaborate and work on a few projects together. And for me, that's just so wonderful because there's so much alignment. I first and foremost want to start out kind of really basic for my guests and listeners who don't know you, who've never heard of you or your book. Kind of, if you don't mind, tell me how you got on this path of doing what you do. And when we spoke earlier offline, you said you're kind of new to the scene as far as an author and speaker in this subject matter.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to. And maybe the place to begin is to just kind of notice that those two books you were just talking about, they both have the word meaning, like in their title or subtitle. Like there's The Patterning Instinct, A Cultural History of Humanity's Search for Meaning, and then this new book, The Web of Meaning. And I think that it's kind of, that's a key indicator of how I got to this place where I'm a writer and what I'm writing about, is it was very much around my own search for meaning, about my own realization, sort of in the middle of my life, kind of a midlife crisis, if you want to label it like that, where I realized that the way I had been living my life was not fulfilling that sense of meaning. I really wanted to understand what that was about. Because in fact, the first half of my adult life was actually spent in business. I got an MBA. I started an internet company during that first .com boom, and took it public. I was CEO of the company and having a grand old time flying around the country and the world. And then things began to kind of crash around me. My wife at the time, she passed away some years back, but she got very sick. And I left the company to look after her, but I left the company when it was too young, and it then collapsed a year or two after I'd left it. Meanwhile, my wife was suffering from cognitive decline, and so the person I'd loved, that I'd been with ever since I was 21 years old, I was no longer even being able to relate to, even though I was looking after her. So it's like everything collapsed around me, and that was terrifying. And I went through years of felt like a purgatory, but it was also this opportunity to let things, like a crucible, to let things kind of melt. And I was determined that whatever I did in the rest of my life would really fulfill my sense of meaning and purpose. But what was that? That was the question I asked. And so I spent years basically trying to figure out these concepts that we just take around us, whether it's big ideas like God or soul or meaning itself or humanity or nature or all these things. What were they? And I began to try to look through history as to where these ideas evolved from, and then realized that other cultures had very different ways of understanding, and started to look at science and neuroscience and cognitive science and anthropology to understand where humans got these ideas from in the first place. And all that led me to end up at some point going, it'd be really great if somebody could write if I'd come across a book that actually helped me to sort out all these things. And I realized, well, let me go ahead and do that. It's like I was putting the sort of jigsaw puzzle together, all the different pieces. So that was this earlier book, The Patterning Instinct, which is this history of humanity's search for meaning. But perhaps most important for me was that this search actually did yield something. And I realized I came across a sense of deep meaning and purpose in life. I got to understand how meaning itself was this function of connectedness, and how we live in our modern society according to a worldview that we take as reality that is plain wrong. It's scientifically invalid, even though we think that it's based on science. And I realized that there's another way of looking at things where traditional wisdom can truly point us to some of the same insights that modern science also points us to. And that's what this current book, The Web of Meaning, is about.
Oh, I absolutely love that. And so I'm so sorry for your loss and that you had to go through those hard times. It seems like it takes that for humanity to kind of get a wake-up call, to kind of say, hey, something's wrong. What's the meaning of life? What's the purpose? This whole pandemic time has been a huge wake-up call for many people to say, hey, our systems, our civilization frameworks that we're operating on, they're just not working for us all anymore. And there's this dis-ease or discomfort around the world of people exiting and traveling and moving and trying to find new meanings and travel or different places around the world where they're just saying, hey, this where I live, where this structure is, where I was born, is just, this system's not working for me anymore. And some, I hope many of them aren't as tragic as what you had to go through, but the pandemic was pretty bad for many people. And I think it was also a big wake-up call that our infrastructures, our systems that we live in are just not working for us all anymore. They're not in harmony with the world or nature. And so I love that. I totally agree with George Monboy and what he said, and many of the other accolades that you have in the book and reviews. I would almost have to say beyond a decade. I would have to say a century. I'm not a century old, obviously, but 51 years old. I would have to say this is the best book I have read, and the last 40 years that brings it all together. And my question really is I've had that same experience and that same feeling that you had. Where is the one history lesson or teacher or book out there that kind of puts all this complexity, all this science, all this big history together into one spot and gives us the state that humanity's living in and dealing with, and whether it's global citizen or New Yorker or someone from China, that we're kind of all living in this crazy world that we've set up for each other. And I just haven't been able to find them. And the thing about your book, which was really fabulous, is all the individual books that I read that says, okay, here's one facet or two facets of this complex system. Joseph Campbell, Lynn Margulis, Peter Singer, Stefano Mancuso, or many of the other great authors or writers that you've referenced in your book. And you say, okay, they talk about this, and this is the big history, here's the story. But you put it all together in one book, you reference it. So if we want to know more, we can go check it out there. But it's this big systems perspective of this true web of meaning. Besides all those individual books, did you run across any individual book out there that says that you'd say, wow, that came very close? Fritjof Capra, and I'm a Capra graduate. He does the forward and patterning instincts, and you've connected with him in many different ways. I would say probably he comes the closest, especially with his last book, The Patterns of Connection was his last book, is probably the closest book that I can think of. But other than that, is there any other sources out there that you said, boy, that comes really close, or thought wisdoms out there?
Yeah, that's a great question. Definitely, if you hadn't mentioned Fritjof Capra, I would have said that probably, he was one of the writers who I came across who really pulled it together for me. It was really early in that sort of project, that multi-year project I was talking about, that I came across his work. Initially, it was just, I was really kind of didn't even know where to begin, but somewhere in my memory, I knew there was this great book called The Tao of Physics that had been written years ago that looked really cool. So I figured, let me make that one of my entry points, which I really enjoyed. And that's somewhat dated now after 50 years, but a great trailblazing work of its time. But then I came across some of his books from some decades back, like The Web of Life, for example, and The Turning Point, which talks about the systems view of life. And what's so kind of funny when I look back on it is I was reading this book of his and really getting a sense of, wow, this is opening my mind. And then I came across this chapter called The Systems View of Life, or whatever it was called. And this looks really boring. Systems view. I'm not sure I would want to read this chapter. So I wonder if I can skip it, but I figured, let me just read it anyway. It opened my whole life up to a completely different way of making sense of things. But it's got I always think systems thinking has like a marketing problem in the sense that it just sounds, for somebody who's not into it, it sounds so boring. Why do I want to think about systems? What's so interesting about that? And of course, for those who have entered into it, it opens up a whole different way of looking at the connectedness of all aspects of life that's profound. But other people, there have been some great writers. There have been so many that it's hard to even list them. One writer who really pulled a lot of things together for me in a very profound way is a philosopher of biology called Evan Thompson, who wrote a deep book called Mind in Life. And it's philosophical and it's kind of hard slogging for people who are not used to that kind of thing. But it was a brilliant book that showed some of the deeper connections that I really tried to make a little bit more easy to access, whatever, in my book, The Web of Meaning, like recognizing these deep interpenetration between these big concepts of life and mind and systems thinking, and also Buddhist thought. And he's one of the leading thinkers who looks at how Buddhism and systems orientation and life-based biology intersect. So, and there's others like that, but honestly, there's nobody that I've come across who's really done this kind of, tried to really encompass basically everything in this overall view, which is why I call it The Web of Meaning as the title of the book, because basically I don't view myself as having a great number of great insights of my own, like having done my research in this area and I need to tell the world this is what this is about. That's what I really view my own role, and what hopefully I have some skill in, is looking at these great insights from so many different brilliant researchers and people in different fields, whether it's systems thinking, evolutionary biology, or a deep analysis of wisdom traditions, whatever they might be, and weaving together the elements about them that show how they relate to each other, not to sort of create some overall kind of mishmash of to sort of a lowest common denominator, but sort of the opposite, by showing how one area enlightens our ability to really understand at a greater level another area, and to really open this recognition that so many people in so many fields around the world are actually working together in this kind of more connected, to flesh out this more connected worldview, and potentially offer a pathway for humanity that could be so much better into the future.
Yeah, and I thank you for the recommends of the books, and that I just want the listeners to know that just the few that I mentioned, I mean, there's James Lovelock, there's so many people that you mentioned throughout the book, and their wisdoms and writings that I think it's probably the most complete, I don't know if compendium is the right word, compilation of this web of meaning and different thoughts, and how we got to certain places and how we think those. In all my podcasts, I always ask all my guests, and I've done this for several years, I ask them a couple questions. I ask them the burning question, WTF, and it's not the swear word, although this pandemic time we've probably been thinking it quite a bit. It's actually, what's the futures, plural, what's the futures? And then the other one is, what does a world that works for everyone look like for you? They're kind of very, very similar questions, because if we don't know what the future is, we don't know what the goal or the journey or the path is or what the meaning is, it's most likely we're not working to get there, but we also will never reach that because we don't have a clear path or way to get there and to view the world. And eventually we hit a point in our lives, all of us, where we get that wake-up call one way or the other, where we start to ask ourselves those questions, and whether that's the right time for us or not. That the reason I ask those questions is because we don't learn this in school. Are there schools out there? Are there schools of thoughts or places in this world where you get this operating manual for Spaceship Earth, kind of like our Buckminster Fuller, where you can go and say, okay, this kind of gives you all the help and insight. Is there such a thing, or is this kind of the human condition that we have to be in search of these questions?
Yeah, well, it would be wonderful if this were the kind of standard graduate level course that was offered around the world. But I mean, to my knowledge, there's a couple of places that I think are attempting to offer something like this. One is actually here in the Bay Area where I live. There's CIIS, Center for Integral Studies, which tries to offer something like that, tries to look, it's called Integral Studies, it tries to integrate different layers, tying in religion with science, with studies of consciousness, with ecological awareness, which it's a big task, but I think they really are trying to offer that kind of scope. In the UK, there's Schumacher College, which is similarly offers graduate courses in something approaching this kind of more integrated way of looking at our world, but they're few and far between, and we need a lot more of them, without doubt. Yeah.
The Web of Meaning. This is the book, in my opinion, the book of the century. It's going to go down in history. It's so fabulous. I recommend everybody pick it up. Jeremy, thank you so much for letting us inside of your ideas. It's been a sheer pleasure. We could talk for days and hours because there's so much to cover. I love your visions. I love how you're helping us on this journey to find meaning and also get to this critical mass of these ecological civilizations. I really thank you very much, and I hope we can talk again very soon. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Well, thank you, Mark. It's been a great pleasure being in conversation with you. I look forward to a lot more in the future. Take care.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye. Laura Storm is my guest on this episode of Inside Ideas, brought to you by 1.5 Media, Innovators Magazine, and sponsored by the Alohas Regenerative Foundation. Laura is an international keynote speaker, author, advisor, and expert on sustainability and regenerative leadership, and has spent her entire career advising global leaders on sustainability and building impact and purpose-driven organizations and movements. All have focused on global transformation to sustainability and they include the Copenhagen Climate Council, the World Business Summit on Climate Change, Project Greenlight, and Sustainia. In 2018, she founded Regenerators, a collective focused on nature-inspired regenerative design, organizations, leadership, and living. She is the co-author of a much-praised book, Regenerative Leadership. I've got it right here. It's a super read. It's a fabulous book. I've been through it a couple times. We're going to tickle on it a little bit today. Regenerative Leadership, and for her work, she has been awarded the World Changer by GreenBiz, selected by the World Economic Forum as a young global leader, and named one of the world's leading women in sustainability and regeneration by Sustainable Brands. She serves on multiple boards and on the World Economic Forum's expert network as an expert in sustainable development and climate change. Her academic background is a master's in political communication and leadership from Copenhagen Business School. Laura lives in Denmark with her family, partner Ulrich, and daughter Roxy, and son Carlo. And I am so glad we just recently saw each other. Welcome to the podcast. I'm so glad that you made it.
Thank you so much, Mark. It was a pleasure both meeting you a couple of weeks ago and been looking forward to this sharing.
Me too. I'm excited because I know you're busy and how you kind of work your lifestyle and everything into the seasons to make sure there's a nice balance and working with nature. So I'm glad we found a time where we can both sync and talk. We were at this, and I say wonderful, and I have to caveat it, this wonderful event for Youth Island during Peace Day. And we were at a dinner afterwards and kind of a celebration of all the volunteers and the people working on the event that happened on the island. And it's really hard sometimes at events, at conferences, to have a discussion or to find a gel, because people are shouting over each other and there's a lot of loud voices and things. Everybody's has good intentions, I believe, but it's chaotic. And so I'm glad to have you to myself, but also share you and your views and your ideas with those on the podcast in a little bit quieter setting. I guess the question really is, you had in 2015, which was a very pivotal year for the world, an accident, and created a brain injury for you that noise and TV and electronics and all the normal things or I don't know, not normal, but the way we work and the noises around us kind of almost put you in a whole different light. And you have stories out there on TEDx, and you have stories out there on podcasts where you talk about that journey and what happened and kind of how this was a later in life transition into more regenerative, more self-reflection and things like that. How do you manage now that you've gone through this process when you're in situations like those very loud conferences and events and dinners where people are vying for your time? They think you're the superstar, and you are a superstar around sustainability in the books. How do you deal with that now to move forward and find the right reflection and give those people their help that they need to possibly see the world in a different light than this fast-paced rat race, money-making type of a world? What do you do? How do you deal with that?
So yes, I had a minor traumatic brain injury, is what it's characterized as, in 2015, which, as you shared, was a pivotal year for global events, right? We had the SDGs that were launched during the UN General Assembly in September, and December we had the the COP21 in Paris, and I had worked towards both of these events, and maybe we can get back to that if that's in any way relevant. And because since I was a kid, knew kind of my purpose and passion in life, that I wanted to help our society's transition to sustainability. I also had this negative tendency that many activists had, that I didn't really value how my own inner ecosystem was, what state that was in, as long as I could work as much as possible. So I had worked myself kind of to the ground in many ways, without realizing when that accident happened. And it was very much a teaching in what happens to any living system. If you don't have that inbuilt resiliency, you don't have the carrying capacity to withstand all kinds of systemic shocks. And in my little microcosmos, that was the accident. But it was a blessing in disguise, and I'm incredibly grateful for that event, because it brought me home, and it reconnected myself to my inner essence. And it gave me the time and the space to sink deeper into my inner nature and reconnect with my outer nature, or our natural habitat. And it made me rekindle that love and connection that I had as a kid. And I had lived in the Ecuadorian part of the Amazon for quite a while, and learned from shamans there, because I thought that my kind of path in life was to work as an environmentalist on the ground. And we can go back to why that didn't kind of work out as planned. But it was a wonderful time where I got to learn from the key kind of wisdom keepers on this planet, right? Indigenous leaders. And that time and space that the accident also brought space and the time to reconnect with some of those teachings. They were very alive to me in that time of my life. And in many ways, because I could only kind of be active for 10 minutes at a time for a very, very long time, my life became sort of like one big meditation in many ways. And I had never tried psychedelics before my accident. I still haven't, actually, although I know many people highly benefit from them. But it felt like what those people would describe a psychedelic trip felt like. That it was like I would see visions, and I would have this sensation that we are all one, we are all connected, we are part of a greater interconnected web of life, and I'm one component of it. It was a remarkable time of my life. Of course, it was also deeply traumatic in many ways, and it was dark. But it was in that darkness that I found myself. And I just wanted that kind of preface to actually answer your question. So now I live my life completely differently to what I did those many years ago now. I take out a lot of time to my inner practice, to spend time in nature. I've kind of made little rules to myself, because I know I have this inner passion, inner fire, that if I don't kind of have that kind of balance or check in with myself, I know I can kind of it will get the better of me. So I have little rules in place. For example, I should stay within the kind of frame of working 25 hours a week. And I have a very cyclical approach to my work life, which means I'm very kind of in tune with my inner cycle. So I know when to plot out very extroverted elements, and where I need to kind of have more space and time for inner reflection. And of course, that doesn't always work out. Sometimes I need to be on a keynote stage or give a keynote on day one of my cycle, and I go and do that. I don't cancel. But it's that kind of constant awareness that is very present in my life, that I deeply cherish. And also because it's a necessity for me, because I know now the signs when I'm starting to kind of go out of essence or out of balance. we all start to act slightly differently, and our reactive patterns become different when we are not aligned and grounded and coming from a space of inner peace. And you can sense that in yourself, and that becomes very obvious once you start to develop that deep relationship to yourself. So how I navigate those kind of events that you and I met at is I would most often say no. And that's not from a place of arrogance, but it's a place of I'm highly introverted, and I'm very sensitive, and I don't enjoy loud dinners like that. I thrive gathering people in circles out in a forest. And it's not that I never do dinner parties, but most often I would just say no. When I'm out giving keynotes at conferences, there's always a speaker dinner. And I always, as kindly as I possibly can, say no, because I just don't enjoy them. They kind of suck my energy out. And I would rather reconnect with the people that there's resonance with after the event, just like you and I are doing right now.
The moment that you had, you almost had to figure out, how do I, and I don't know if you want to tell it, but with your counselor or psychologist or whoever you were meeting at, trying to say, hey, I want to go to the climate conference, COP21, can I go? And they say, well, that's not very sustainable. That you kind of were almost forced into, how do I regenerate and get back into a lifestyle that's healthy for myself and a better way of living for the future? And so I would just want to know if you could tell us maybe even a little bit more of the depth on that. And then we're going to leave that trauma behind, and how you're shaping and helping those regenerators in the future.
Sure, I'll be happy to do that. So like a typical type A, very driven person that had been used to project manage all kinds of things. When that brain trauma happened, that was my kind of default. When I faced a challenge, I would kind of project manage my way out of it. And that's also what I tried to do with my brain injury. And I'm laughing or smiling because it's just like, you can't do that. You can't do that. You need to just surrender. You need to relax. You need to regenerate. You cannot go on the big Google machine like I did and kind of search your way into healing. But I was so frustrated because doctors didn't have the answers. They had no idea why the impact was so severe, and why it was kind of why I had all these symptoms, why my body was kind of functioning as poorly as it did. And in my search for answers, I just allowed my old persona of the kind of fixer mentality to have the driver's seat. And I think it was a couple of months in, maybe 3 or 4, and my partner was like, I think you maybe need to see some kind of therapist, like a psychiatrist, to help you deal with this trauma, because he could see that the woman that I was before, that very driven kind of let's go do things, work more or less all the time, he was really suffering, going through this pivotal year for the movement that I was passionate about. Just a little kind of other kind of context was that I was deeply involved in the process leading up to the COP15, which everyone thought would bring about a climate treaty, but it did not. It was a massive breakdown. And so for me, there was a lot of it was really emotional for me that now we had another COP15 moment, COP21, and I had been very involved in that process in many different ways. So it was that kind of desperation. I could not be there. And I went to that psychiatrist and I talked her through my mission and why it was really important that we fix me quickly, because I need to get out there and the world needs me and all those kind of things. And she just looked at me with a compassionate, not arrogant, but with a compassionate, filled with love smile, and was just like, Laura, have you thought about the importance of inner sustainability? I could punch her in the face right there. That was the most annoying thing you could say. But of course, her statement made an impact. And it kind of sat with me. And I think it was after that I started my process of surrendering. And I booked a silent retreat instead of going to Paris. And I kind of finally let go of that idea that I could go to Paris, because obviously I could not. I couldn't even kind of go to a supermarket. So of course I couldn't be on a stage in Paris. And it was one of those interesting things, that whole process of surrendering and of letting go, which is actually deeply important for regenerators and for our society as a collective, because there's a lot of things that we need to surrender right now. There's a lot of things that we need to let go of, but we haven't been taught how to do that. We've been taught how to kind of cling on, how to control, and how to steer through any unpleasant emotions, right? So it was a massive embodied learning and experience for me of what happens when we feel every emotion, regardless of how unpleasant it feels like. Just let everything be there, accept everything. And because healing was not happening to me quickly, I needed to just be with all those deeply uncomfortable feelings and emotions and sadness and grief, and that grief of losing the old Laura and having no idea who the new Laura was, or what she was capable or able rather to do once she had kind of gone through the recovery cave, and whether there was an end to this kind of dark tunnel. I had no idea whether there would be light at the end. So that was a really, really, it was a heavy period of my life, but also a deeply healing period of my life, because in that darkness, there was a lot of unhealed traumas. And I have had a great upbringing in many ways, but we all have traumas that we are not really willing to sit with and be part of us. And that part of integrating our shadows is something we haven't been taught, but I had to kind of, in a way, teach myself. And of course, I got help from a few skilled kind of practitioners and psychiatrists. And I started to see it as a couple of months into that kind of darkness, I started to see it as an opportunity for me to learn things that I really needed to learn. And it also started to be clear to me that this was not, it may sound terrible what I'm about to say, but it started to feel like an up-leveling instead of a degradation of me, or instead of a degeneration of me. It felt like I had to be kept still, so that there were things that could be integrated and matured within me as a human being. And that it was important that I didn't heal quickly, because if I had healed quickly, I would have jumped at it quickly and be out in the world. But my body, my psyche, my whole being needed that deep integration time. So that took a couple of years. And then I slowly started to talk about things from a new essence in many ways. And I remember I did just a little tiny blog post on Huffington that was titled, I think it's titled, Why Spirituality is Key to Solve Climate Change. And I remember that I sent it to a few of my mentors. I'm not going to mention them by name, because it will feel like I'm judging them, and I'm not. They are great people. Two males that are known figures in the sustainability movement, and I sent it to them, and they were just like, Laura, don't do this. It will really taint your name, and it will damage all of what you've built. And it was funny how them saying that didn't instill fear in me, but was just like, well, if that's how they feel, then it's important. I need to bring this message out into the world. And if you read it, I don't know if it's still there, but it's not that it's super profound or anything. It was just describing to people the process of leading up to COP15 versus the process leading up to COP21, where Christiana Figueres were actually consciously integrating faith communities and spiritual leaders. And I was sharing this story where we were at this monastery a couple of months before my accident, as part of a process of building strong relationships among key negotiators. And we were at this monastery with various faith leaders, facilitating a process of that was important leading up to the COP21 meeting. And I remember how the old Laura was deeply impatient by the whole kind of atmosphere and speaking from the heart and sitting in circle. And I was just like, guys, we have this we're only together for 24 hours and we have all of these things that we have to accomplish. And my kind of mechanistic machine mindset would just go into, can we please have an agenda and who's doing what when and blah, blah, blah. And I was in a compassionate way being guided to just be there and in stillness and silence. And I was just mentioning that as a profound moment for me that I connected with in my recovery phase, because it was almost as if it was a little seed that I could cling on to in my recovery phase that were planted 2 months before my injury, so that I could kind of connect back to those fascinating spiritual human beings that I had met at that monastery, that I could connect with them almost energetically in my recovery process and remember the essence that they brought with them, that had a completely different flavor than the whole sustainability movement, which is very focused on, we need to scale technologies, we need the same political frameworks, and we need financial mechanisms, and that very kind of left brain hemisphere way of running processes.
Laura Storm, thank you for lending us all insight of your ideas, your fabulous book, Regenerative Leadership. That's all I have for you, all the questions I have, unless there's something you didn't get to tell us or something you wanted to ask me. I just thank you so much for your time. It's great to see you again. Thank you so much.
It was really a pleasure and an honor to be on this amazing show, Mark. And thank you so much for all of the wonderful work that you do and the way that you are weaving and being a co-creator. And it was really lovely to meet you also 2 weeks ago. It was definitely that feeling of meeting another soul brother and a kindred spirit. So thank you for coming into my life.
Thank you so much, Laura. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, my name's Joe Brewer, and what I want to share with you today is an idea that I feel can help bring clarity, coherence, integration, and holistic capacity for tackling many challenges in the world. The idea that I want to share with you today is the idea of bioregions. So a bioregion is simply a biological region or the geographic zone in which a living organism and its population can have a full life context. So to give an example, I usually like to talk about the starfish, because starfish live within a very specific biological region, which is known as the intertidal zone, the range between the lower tide and the higher tide in a coastal region. The entire life system of the starfish is there, all of its food, its shelter, its ability to reproduce, everything that the population of starfish need in order to thrive. When we look at human populations and say, what is the bioregion or the biological region for humans? What we discover is that there is this beautiful blend of integrated holistic landscapes where entire economic exchanges and economic systems can arise, together with cultural history, cultural identity, and a sense of belonging. This is best understood by looking at the longest standing and most well demonstrated kinds of human bioregions, which is the ancestral lands of indigenous people. Indigenous people have, or those whose livelihoods were destroyed by colonialism, had in the past a fully integrated and harmonious way of life with the landscapes that they were a part of, or the landscapes that define their identity. So the bioregion for the people of Salmon is an understanding that the cultural identity of the human economy and human livelihoods are connected to the river systems and the ocean and marine ecosystems of salmon populations. The same could be said for the oak people of ancestral Europe. So this idea of bioregions is something that's really important because it allows us to engage in activities that bring integrated, holistic landscape functions together with cultural evolution for human societies. When we apply this way of thinking to the challenges we face today, we can start to see two things. One is that the planetary map of landscapes across continents around the world shows that more than a third of the land area of the continents has been degraded by human activities. Deforestation, degrading of lands to create agriculture and urban landscapes, contamination of waterways, of lands that the soils have been depleted, and so on and so forth. So we can start to organize ourselves around regenerative practices at these landscape scales. This is what we're doing in creating a living laboratory and a bioregional scale prototype of a regenerative economy where I live in Barichara, Colombia. In this landscape, we have 3 lines of mountain ranges that form roughly a triangular shape with 500,000 hectares or approximately 1 million acres of land in the interior of this triangle of mountain ranges. There are 3 major river systems and a plateau at the center of these river systems that define a unique regional climate and a unique ecosystem. And when I say unique, I mean it is the only one of its kind on Earth. It's called the High Andes Tropical Dry Forest. 8 out of 10 species that are found here exist nowhere else on Earth, and more than 90% of the native forest has been destroyed for urban development and for agriculture throughout the last 80 to 100 years. The indigenous people were effectively wiped out by colonization and cultural genocide hundreds of years ago. So this is a landscape that needs cultural and ecological regeneration. We are helping this to occur by mapping out local projects, bringing them into collaboration with each other, and organizing their priorities and strategies around the connectivity of watersheds and other fundamental natural features of the land. Now, as we're doing this work, we're also building a planetary network of exchanges between bioregional projects in the newly formed Design School for Regenerating Earth, which is an effort to regenerate the entire planet, one landscape at a time, connecting landscapes with each other to speed up the process of identifying key historical, ecological, cultural, and geologic patterns, to develop alternative economic models for how to develop landscapes so that ecological restoration and economic development go hand in hand, and doing this across unique landscapes around the planet. So when we do this work, one of the things that becomes profound is to ask the question, what does it mean to be human in these times? Because for more than 99% of human history, to be human meant to be bioregional, to live in a hunter-gatherer or semi-nomadic, sedentary, or horticultural society organized as an indigenous culture, fully integrated with a local landscape with local culture and identity. Now, in the age of globalization and planetary scale destruction, we need to remember our ancestral roots as place-based human beings, and restore our sense of identity and belonging to place as we work to restore watersheds, landscapes, forests, mountain ranges, coastal estuaries, and other bioregional scale landscape features. So I hope that this brief video gives you a sense of the power for transformation when human beings organize themselves around the natural holistic patterns of landscapes to restore the ancestral rights and heritage of every human being to be indigenous to place, which includes local landscapes and the planet as a whole. So this is the work that we are doing here in Barichara, Colombia, and with collaborators through the design school all over the world. I hope you find this inspiring and insightful, and I hope that you get involved. Thank you.
Introducing Portal. One community to create, discover, and share. Live streams, podcasts, courses, conferences, real-world events, and more. At Portal, you can directly support the creators you enjoy, with data privacy guaranteed for all. And Portal plants a tree for every subscription purchased. We invite you to join us in reimagining the internet, built on values of generosity, creativity, and trust. Portal, one community to create, discover, and share. Join the movement at portal.com.
Welcome back to Live from Earth. I'm your host, Becca Dakini. I'd like to introduce our next guest, Roxana Shohade. Roxana, or Roxy for short, is the Executive Director and co-founder of the Design Science Studio, an educational incubator for artists founded to build capacity of the global creative community to propel the design science revolution. The DSS, for short, works in collaboration with impact organisations such as Buckminster Fuller Institute, Future of Cities, Leaders on Purpose UN Summit, UC Irvine, Planet Home, Projecting Change, Campaign for Nature, and more. Roxy is also a creative producer, experienced designer, and artist, and is the founder and CEO of Hab Ritual, an experiential production, interdisciplinary design, and immersive art studio creating for 100% of life. Roxy works at the intersection of art, science, experience, and technology, and her mission is to harness this intersectional approach to catalyze social and systemic change through inclusive, transdisciplinary collaborations for the regeneration of our planet and culture. Welcome, Roxy. Great to have you with us today.
Great to be here. So happy to be a part of this incredible global event.
So I've got some questions for you today. I'd love to find out about your work in the world. First of all, where are you calling in from today?
I am calling in from Novato, California, in the north part of Marin in the United States, the home of the coastal Miwok people.
Thanks. So Roxy, is there a defining moment that put you on this pathway as a regenerative artist and activist?
So such a good question. I think to look forward, it's always important to look back. My mother is an activist and educator, so apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. But the moment I shifted from being sort of a generalist activist to being very specifically focused on the planet and also regenerating culture to support the planet was in college whenever I first came upon a friend of mine's work. Her name's Ellen Epley. She's now a landscape architect that graduated from Harvard. In our university, she was doing all of these photographic, documentary kind of works where she would photograph the people's homes and lives at the base of the mountaintop removal communities that were in the local bioregion near Knoxville, Tennessee, where I was living. And so she would go to these towns and document their water running brown and the communities becoming very ill and sick and the way that their biodiversity was being destroyed, and make these large installations of her black and white photography. And I realized that by being immersed inside of these spaces and their stories, it helped to move me to become active and to help to tell those stories of what was happening locally to our planet. And so it made me realize that I could connect my activism and my art and educate people at the same time. And it led me to, and very much where I am today.
Thanks, Roxy. So you recently founded the Design Science Studio in collaboration with the Buckminster Fuller Institute. Artists in the Design Science Studio devote their creativity to facilitate equitable, just, regenerative futures through personal, cultural, and planetary change, according to the website. So first of all, could you tell us about what design science is and where it's originated from and why it's important at this time in the world?
So design science is short for comprehensive anticipatory design science. It actually originated from Buckminster Fuller. He called this sort of whole system strategy. That's a bit of a mashup between design thinking, biomimicry, futurism, and regenerative development. And this is all really focused on using technology to heal our ecology and enable humans to be a net positive to nature. Comprehensive is about starting with the whole, taking a whole systems approach and perspective to explore all the connections within an integrated, complex world. Anticipatory is about thinking ahead, identifying, researching, and interpreting significant trends to gain a deeper understanding of possible futures. Design, then, in this frame is about creating intentionally. We seek and apply the elegant patterns and principles that guide evolutionary strategies of nature. And science, this is all about discovering through experience. So we generate hypotheses, we iterate, and rigorously verify through empirical observations. And so why design science is important now as methodology is that it helps us to be comprehensive in our approach as stewards of this planet and our future, and to utilize all of the tools at our disposal to think in that comprehensive way and apply the best information that we have to support the evolution, regeneration of our humanity and the way we relate to each other, as well as the way we relate to and are part of the more than human world. And so as we apply these frameworks to different creative interventions within the Design Science Studio, we encourage that and help different artists and designers from all around the world to look at what will it take to make a world that works for all life, and how might these frameworks help to support us on that path. So we're super grateful for our work with the Buckminster Fuller Institute. And part of the Design Science Studio is also the Design Science Decade. We're kind of retooling perspective and framework that was also made by Buckminster Fuller in the 60s, looking at how we have, what we can do in a period of 10 years to kind of look at the fact that we've made all the right tools for all the right reasons, but we can turn the ship around. And it is the task of the decade to kind of reinvigorate that, to apply all of our human ingenuity, creativity, and tools to transform from an economy based on dominance, exploitation, competition, and control to a new world economy that's based on regeneration, consent, cooperation, and reciprocity. So that's a little bit about the why and where it comes from. And so we're kind of relooking at and retooling that 10-year long commitment and the Design Science Decade within the Design Science Studio to kind of move from a period of reconciliation and commitment through to a period of regeneration, celebration, and circularity.
Beautiful. Thanks, Roxy. So I understand that within the studio, you've worked with cohorts of hundreds of artists and designers from around the world. Could you tell us a bit about the work that the Design Science Studio is doing and the programs that you have running?
Yes, it's such an honor to be stewarding this community and this effort. As you mentioned, it's an educational incubator for artists and designers who are directing their creativity towards a regenerative, equitable, just world. And as it pertains to the planet, and as we're coming together to celebrate Earth Day, these initiatives are very much focused on how do we heal our relationship to each other and the planet. And the artists, so far, 288 artists have gone through the program. And these are artists at every point in their career and many different ages and races and all over the world. We have a very global program. And what happens is that we run these cohorts of 7 months at a time, roughly, but everyone is committed to the decade-long mission. And so each of these individuals comes together and says, yes, I'm committed to this mission as a shared mission, and they bring the diversity of their perspectives and that which they are wanting to bring to the world to help to facilitate this transition. And so over the course of 7 months, they learn many things, everything from looking at decolonization and regenerative design to different tools like ontological design or experience design, and how do we apply those as creatives and as cultural change makers to support a more regenerative, equitable future. And so the way that they move from an educational component to getting their work in the world is a myriad of ways. There's different showcases that happen, different partnerships, and the artists are oftentimes also forming new alliances, both with each other and also with some of our different global partners and thought leaders and educators who come in and are a part of the program and are collaborating towards many different types of creative interventions. And as behavior is a function of culture, as we shift behaviors through a myriad of different creative applications, we can change our culture to be in more reciprocity with our beautiful living planet. And so when we think about some of the big picture work of how the Design Science Studio works in the world and the impact that it has, this was very much designed with regenerative design principles in mind, which looks at and is focused on strengthening the system and the capacity building of the system. And so as each of these creators are nodes into their own, they are also helping to lead and support their communities in all different parts of the world, and to also embody these principles of collaboration over competition. And so we're seeing an amazing myriad of things around the world as these initiatives are changing and flourishing in their different bioregional areas, and also in their initiatives around their art and these places that their work has rooted, everything from eco-villages to new companies and many different series of work in all different mediums, and a lot of interdisciplinary approaches that have helped to inspire thousands and thousands of people and have been featured in some of the places that you had mentioned before. One of the current ones that I'm particularly inspired by is the Campaign for Nature. We've just kind of come into an 8-year-long partnership. They were instrumental in getting the 30 by 30 initiative signed by the UN, and so now the global community is adopting this 30 by 30 initiative to protect 30% of our planet, to restore biodiversity, to support Indigenous rights and Indigenous land to be given back to them as stewards and support. And so what does an 8-year-long partnership for the rest of up until 2030 look like for that? And how are we doing different creative interventions that can actually support many of these moments when global adoption and these meetups of different leaders across the planet are coming together to actually say, yes, we are committed to making these changes. What do those look like? And so that's just one example, but there are so many, and it's really magnificent. And I think in the future we'll see a planetary World's Fair that we can contribute to, and different bioregional centers around the world where these communities can continue to plug in and prototype their work in support of rematriation, restoration, reconciliation, and regeneration.
Amazing work, Roxy. How fantastic that there is such brilliant containers and frameworks for educational progression as well as collaboration in this space for artists and designers. So really excited to see what the Design Science Studio does next. I am curious to hear from your perspective, what do you believe the role of art and design is in helping vision and implement a better world right now?
There's a frame that is very important, I think, in all of our work that's sort of centered around the fact that in order to transform our collective capacity and create a harmonic future, we must first envision it. And if we are looking at the way a lot of society functions, there are narratives that permeate the way that humans relate with each other and with the living world. And if we are able to, as artists and designers, to vision another way of being, and we can perpetuate new narratives for cultural change, those can help permeate into the rest of society. I think that art and design has been proven over the sands of time to be critical for helping to build bridges for understanding, to help illuminate another way of being, and also the reality of the way that things have been. A lot of times that there is a lot of siloing and complexity, language, and a myriad of other things that to create blockages for people to access information, and education, I think, becomes a great equalizer, and art and design can help facilitate more equitable access to information to then inspire the world to take action and to encourage and to stand by, and as activists and artivists ensure that these things are taken into action. There's a statistic that says something to the effect of like only 3% of any community needs to really stand up to actually make real lasting change, and it is art and design that often helps to facilitate making sure that people are moving towards those changes. Another thing I would say is that speculative design has been proven over time. So speculative design is sort of this field of saying what is beyond what we think maybe is within what is plausible, moving beyond into the possible, into the space just outside of what we can currently imagine, to help move us towards those potential futures and get us outside of the spaces that maybe are limiting our potential to see a different way of being. And the role of art helps us to envision outside of the way of being often, and literally pull us into the collective imagination into another path, and then ground that path into figuring out if those things are possible. And there are so many great examples of how often that exercise has helped move society away from and towards more just futures.
Speaking about just futures, Roxy, I'm curious, if we were to future vision right now to 2040, I'm curious about what kind of vision you have for the kind of world that we know is possible. What does our future world look like if we go in the right direction from now until 2040? I'd love to hear that from you.
Oh, this is such a special question. One of the things that I see through my work as a protopian futurist, so this is sort of not utopian and not dystopian, but protopian. It sort of lives in the middle of saying, how can we empower and uplift systemically or historically marginalized voices and perspectives to move and continue to make incremental progress. And so in 2040, I see a world where we've said yes to that, where we have granted the rights to nature globally, where we have had the societies around the world be able to think more holistically about the impacts of their actions, and that there is a more comprehensive way that people orient to what reconciliation has looked like. There are so many different developing countries that have been living under such extractive practices in our current modern age. And so in 2040, I see that there has been a significant effort to reconstitute and regenerate those lands, and to have some of that benefit have come back to support the earth and the communities that have suffered. And there's a more equal representation of land stewardship and stewardship of this planet that includes the voices, and some of those voices that I mentioned before of sort of modern day systemically oppressed and marginalized communities are people of color, are indigenous people, are the voices of the earth, are people who have different backgrounds and diversity of gender representation and the way that they love. And in this future, I see that we have been able to reorient and restore also in our relationship with the land, our relationship to our ability to look towards the future and to design towards that future, and to design it with more than just the short term in mind. Because in our current day, there's so much of the economy that's based on attention and based on the short term. And by continuing to steward more long-term thinking and long-term stewardship for the future. I see a world that is taking action in that way, and has been able to bring that forward through the way that we work as society, leaving a path for future generations, and doing the reparational work that has been so needed for so many centuries of colonization, as we decolonize our relationship with each other, with the way that that's baked into our governments and our relational fields with humanity. Then that also frees us from a less oppressive educational system and way of relating to each other in a way that is more harmonious with each other in nature, and we're mimicking. And so in I think 2040, we have embodied these principles and done this work so that as a society, we're living a little bit closer to each other and to nature, and to a kind of way of relating that is more in relationship with a more comprehensive approach, and a deeper care on every level, from human to human, individual, planetary, and to our future generations.
What a beautiful vision. Thank you, Roxy. I hold that vision with you. So we're coming to the end of our time today. I'm wondering if there's any major campaigns, issues, or projects you'd like people to know about and steer them to online, or also just anywhere online where people can find out about your work.
Yeah, the Design Science Studio website is designscience.studio. I would say that for our work specifically, we'll be launching our next cohort of artists in the summer for registration in the fall. At that time, we'll also be kicking off an expeditionary program, which is inviting thought leaders, organizations, and initiatives as mentors and thought partners and collaborators into the fold, so that we can build more bridges and also identify these different pathways for different sector approaches. So I mentioned the sector that's all focused on bioregional work, and there are many sectors obviously of care and impact that are important to bring together different initiatives, thought leaders, and organizations around, and then pair them with different creators. So I think that will also be launching. I think otherwise, the other campaign that I mentioned earlier, the 30 by 30 initiative, as our partner, one of the things that they're currently standing beside is that there's $20 billion that's been committed by 2025 by all the different countries around the world who said yes to the 30 by 30 initiative. And so now is a time to ensure that they put their money where their mouth is, and actually put that $20 billion towards the planet and the healing that needs to happen, because a lot of people think primarily about drawdown and whenever we're thinking about balancing our climate, they mostly think about carbon. But if we are only thinking about carbon drawdown, and we're not also thinking about and taking action towards biodiversity restoration and indigenous rights, then that will not be able to actually happen, because it's not a comprehensive solution. And so because that was just enacted in December, this is a really pivotal moment, I think, for history, for us to grant the rights to nature, to support indigenous communities, and to make the reparations on our planet that are needed in order to protect and restore. And so those are a few things that I think are really important in this time. And above all, I think if there's another thing that comes to mind, it's that we are, as everyone knows, it's a very delicate moment in history, and we just need to make sure that we're cooperating and collaborating as much as possible, and not in this sort of guise of competition, because there are not enough people, even as many of us as it feels like there are, doing this kind of work. And it is needed to be in as much deep collaboration and mutual support as we can, because there is more than enough for everyone to be able to thrive in their work in this critical time in humanity.
Amazing. Roxy, thank you so much for the fantastic work you're doing for the planet, and the ways that you're supporting the communicators, artists, and designers around the planet that are bringing that new world into being. So we're so appreciative of your time today, and thank you for joining us here at Live from Earth.
Thank you so much. Thank you for Live from Earth, and thank you to you so much, Becca, for all of your work. You have been such an incredible weaver for so long, and helping to raise the voices around the world who are doing so much of this work and highlight them. And I think if there's one thing that I learned from you, it is the importance of our voice and our passions to be able to bridge those forward in service to the planet and to the future. And so I thank you, and I thank Life from Earth, and thank you to our home that we're all co-stewards of. I'm so grateful to be here and to be highlighted today for our collective work.
Thank you, Roxy.
Thank you.
Thanks to everyone watching here at Life from Earth.
Giles Hutchins is my guest on this episode of Inside Ideas, brought to you by 1.5 Media, Innovators Magazine, and sponsored by the Alohas Regenerative Foundation. Giles Hutchins is an executive coach and senior advisor at the forefront of the revolution in organizational and leadership consciousness and developmental approaches that enhance personal, organizational, and systemic agility and vitality. He is author and co-author of several leadership and organizational development papers and the books, The Nature of Business in 2012, The Illusion of Separation, 2014, Future Fit, which I happen to have right here in front of me. Future Fit's right there. Leading by Nature, which I have right here as well. 2022 just came out hot off the presses. And also this wonderful book, Regenerative Leadership. He is the chair of the Future Fit Leadership Academy and founder of Leadership Immersion, co-founder of Biomimicry for Creative Innovation and Regenerators. He runs an international leadership center at Springwood Farm, an area out of the outstanding nature beauty near London, UK. A nice spot. I've seen some videos of it. I haven't been there personally, but I hope to convince him to get an invite very soon. Previously held corporate roles, head of transformation practice for KPMG, global director and head of sustainability for Atos, which has about 150,000 employees over 40 countries. He provides coaching at individual and organizational levels for those seeking to transform their personal and or work lives. He is also a keynote speaker on the future of business, regenerative leadership, and guest lectures at international business schools. His latest podcast series can be found in the link of this podcast, and it is at thenatureofbusiness.org, where he also writes a blog and gives us plenty of wonderful information. Giles, welcome to the podcast.
Real pleasure to be here with you today, Brad. Real pleasure to be here with you today, Mark. It's an honor. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you so much. I really am glad that you found the time. I know you do a lot of different things and are all over. If I understand correctly, I want to kind of start out slow and get a little bit more history on how you started out on this journey. And you've been doing this for over 10 years now, so a decade. Maybe exactly, if you could tell us exactly how long, and has there been an evolution in yourself that you've seen where you started out maybe 10, 12, 15 years ago, how that has evolved and changed and shifted over time? Or has, after your studies and after you completed everything, was it always the way we're seeing it now in your books?
Yeah, well, actually, the journey started quite early on for me. I had a sort of quite a profound out-of-body experience when I was quite young, which stayed with me for many years. And then when I was a teenager, actually around the age of 15, a maths teacher actually showed us as a class films of animals being tested on alive in laboratories and animals being skinned alive in abattoirs and so forth. And that sent me down a rabbit hole. And so that led me to all sorts of explorations, which then by the age of 17 or 18, having flirted with activism and so forth, I made a promise to myself. And that promise to myself, that commitment, was to go into business, to use the mind that I'd been gifted with to understand why and how business seemed to be clashing with life on Earth. So I then went on a bit of a journey, and that took me through finance, law, real estate, and then into management consultancy and helping all sorts of businesses around the world through various transformations. And in that, if you like, that sense of a bit like a journey of separation, because I actually went into the belly of the beast and in the process started to lose my sense of deep connection with nature, actually. Global travel, suits, business meetings, back-to-backs, 400 emails a day, you name it. In that process, I just kept a thread going and then made good on my promise. So when I made good on my promise, was actually around 2005, 2006, with the David Attenborough program. He spoke directly to me when he said, the time is now. If we don't do something, we are irreparably damaging the fabric of life on Earth. And that was my calling. That got me to stand up straight and make good on my promise. Otherwise, I was convincing myself to stay in business, to become a CEO, and then from that place in business, I would then, be a force for good. But instead, I then pressed the eject button and first started in sustainable business. So I became global head of sustainability for a large multinational and learned a hell of a lot about sustainability and the ins and outs of it, and making the business case for sustainability. But then I went further, and this process was happening inside me. It was a metamorphic process. When I look back on it at the time, I didn't always make sense of it. But the very clear message I was getting was this was about a sense of disconnection from nature. We had become disconnected from life itself, and we can explore later what we really mean by nature. It's not just sort of, trees and bushes and so forth. That deep sense of disconnection was creating the problems, and that we could go about sustainable business, for instance, but if we went about sustainable business without that sense of connectedness, then we were potentially creating further problems. And so I went deeper and left corporate life completely. And that was about 10 years ago, when my first book, The Nature of Business, came out. And yes, over that time, over the last 10 to 15 years that I've been really actively engaging in this space around learning from living systems, how do we reconnect business and nature? My thinking and my way of communicating has, I would like to think, evolved. And certainly in that journey, I've learned a hell of a lot. But the deep underlying felt sense is the same as when I was 7 years old.
I thank you so much for that, because it's something that, can be tickled out a little bit from your books, but it's so vital, and it's going to set up nicely what we're going to talk about on how your experiences and the dealings with the businesses and the people you coach and individuals, how there are similar transformations that occur when you try to apply regenerative models or regenerative practices into business as usual or normal corporations, and how there is an evolution or a transformation, a shift that needs to occur one way or the other in those individuals as well. I have to confess, since I've read Jeremy Lent's book, The Web of Meaning, I've been going around basically telling everybody it's the best book I've ever read. When I read, and this is by happenstance, so I want to give a little bit of the backstory as well. I first read Regenerative Leadership because of Laura Storm and what I heard and saw from her and other groups, from John Elkington to Daniel Christian Wall, where I read this book. And then I became so intrigued about your contributions and kind of who you were, that I immediately went out and got Future Fit. And then I read that, and then I was already like, oh, I like this guy. This is, singing my song. This is the information that I love. And then I reached out to you and I asked you if you would do a podcast. And in that, you suggested I read your latest book, Leading by Nature, and also some of your other books. And I ended up reading them all. I actually went back and read this twice, and I absolutely love it. It is fabulous. And I believe, I have to say, it's the key I've been looking for, not only in my own work, but in a tool that a lot of businesses, organizations, and individuals need to even fathom or make an understanding of where the future of their organization will need to go to keep up with our exponentially growing world, with the way that the world works at all, instead of this continual battle of capitalism or really extractive type of economies or models out there that have a limit to growth, have a burnout rate, have an end to the future of work, so to say. And the tool, the question that I really, not only make that statement that is such a fabulous book, but in your past dealings with all the organizations you've taught, all the individuals, when you're talking to them or trying to convince them that there's another model that works similar to the way nature and life works inherently, is that for most of these organizations an esoteric thing? Is this kind of like a weird, like you're talking about consciousness, you're talking about regeneration? Are you some kind of a hippie tree hugger? I mean, what does that have to do with business? I want to hear about some of those struggles or some of those stories from you on what that feels like. And if those are things that you run into, they're saying, we're concerned about the bottom line. Why are you telling me I need to take a step back and realize how the world works? I'd love to hear some of those stories.
Yes, and this is really the real challenge, is helping to provide a bridge from one world to another. And back to that, watching that film or that video when I was 15 years old, what was interesting, I mean, two very interesting things came out of that experience for me. One was it led me down a rabbit hole of understanding what civilization was really about. But the other was that everyone was in that classroom was shocked, was hurt. You could see it in their eyes. It was, there was something deeply wrong. By 2 lessons after, so 2.5 hours after, most people had moved on, even though it was obviously deeply, deeply shocking and worrying. Most people had moved on. By the weekend, me and 2 other people were still on it. Everybody else had moved on. By the following Monday, it was me. Now, that isn't to say that in any way I had something that the others didn't. It was more to recognize how easy it is for us to get caught up in a way of engaging with life. We are malleable, we are plastic, we are open, we are conscious, emotional, cognitive, spiritual beings. And much of the time, we are woefully unaware of our potency and impact and our ability to be programmed. So that was a really interesting insight for me very early on, because I could see, whoa, hang on a minute, we're up against things here. This isn't a case of just producing some videos. This isn't a case of communicating a message. This is a case of trying to unlearn mass programming and then try and relearn something. On that journey, what I found is two very powerful things that we have on our side, Mark. One is that we are all, and I noticed this in business and some of the darkest corners I've been in, that we are actually, we wish to be loved and to love, each of us, no matter how psychopathic we've developed ourselves. And often the psychopathic tendencies I've met in narcissistic leaders as a result of them earlier on in their life being very sensitive and having to close down because of a lack of love in some way. So that's important to recognize, that there is this capacity, there is this open door in all of us. And the second is that actually this unlearning and relearning is in itself a bit of an illusion, because it's always here, always has been, and always will be. So we're not actually inviting in a whole host of new things for us to equip ourselves with. We're just opening our eyes to what we already have. That said, and I just wanted to say that because, you know, there is some good here, a lot of good. That said, the reality of building a bridge from our current mindset into something that is more along the lines of what we're exploring here, you're dead right, is fraught with, you know, well, this is hippie, this is nothing to do with business, we haven't got time for this, or, you know, there's always some challenge. Either we're growing and we're doing well, so we haven't got time, or we're declining, so we have to cut costs, so we haven't got time. So one has to go right in through the cracks into, and this is why I coach leaders one-to-one actually a lot, even though there's a lot of good in the peer group learning and journeys that people engage with, to really engage with the key leaders in an organization and to allow them to go through their own threshold crossings, their own shifts in meaning making. So they feel it, they sense it, they know it. You're activating, you're reactivating a remembering in them. Now, whether that be going back to their childhood, or whether it be ancestral connections, or whether it be something that they know and it's something that is emerging in them anyway. So a lot of these leaders are going through midlife crises in some way, or shifts in meaning making. And another bit of good news is that the current situation, with the levels of stress and challenge and mental health and breakdown, is actually helping stimulate that shift, that threshold crossing. But yes, the short answer is, day-to-day challenges of having to engage with why am I needing to do this? And so one has to sort of be a little bit streetwise, just like I was with developing the business case for sustainability back in corporate days, is you have to play the game a bit. You have to meet people where they're at and go, actually, hang on a minute. This is about future fitness. This is about helping your culture become more agile. This is about unlocking the potential of your people, so your high-performing talent want to stay here. This is about enhancing your brand. This is about ensuring your value propositions actually are engaging people rather than just transactional, all of which the business mind starts to get. And the likes of McKinsey and some of the big strategy players are singing that tune. And so there is a message out there, which is, well, actually, hang on a minute, we need to do business differently. So one has to ensure that message fits with that. The challenge comes if the message just stays at that level. Then you're meeting people where they're at and adding a bit on. You're not actually taking them on a journey of a threshold crossing, which is what is essential.
Giles, thank you so much for letting us all inside of your ideas. Highly recommend Leading by Nature to anyone. I have no more questions for you unless you have anything you'd like to say or ask me. I'm done, and I really appreciate all your valuable time. There's been some nuggets of wisdom and some really beautiful things that have come out in this conversation that are of value. And I know it's going to be a great podcast. People will love it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark, for your experience and your insight as well. Thank you.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
In Kim Stanley Robinson's book, Ministry for the Future, the Paris Climate Agreement and subsequent climate treaties play a large role in realizing a sustainable future for humanity. The work being done at COP26 can either play a role in bringing that story to life, or it could portend an even darker future for humanity. On today's show, we talk with Kim Stanley Robinson and get a glimpse into what it might take to survive and transcend the climate crisis. But before we get started, click on the like button below and do subscribe, and click on the alert button so you can get notified of any time we post new content. Now on with the show.
Burning desire, big ideas, bold action.
Kim Stanley Robinson is a Hugo and Nebula winning author of the Mars trilogy. He's known as a realistic, science-based, highly literary science fiction author with over 20 books published. Stan's work often focuses on themes of sustainability, economic and social justice, climate change, and speculative futures. Stan is a world builder creative. In his 2020 novel, The Ministry of the Future, Stanley takes on our near future and builds a world-spanning vision of how we will be impacted by climate, economic inequality, and social justice crises. In his book, he sketches out a path forward for humanity. This book is a must-read for anyone interested in generative futures, and in my opinion, one of the best ever examples of a generative future, one that is both desirable and viable. Stan, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Michael. Good to be with you.
I'm curious about all kinds of things about this work, but the first thing that I'm most curious about is, what was your inspiration? What was that kind of seed moment when you decided, I've got to write a book about this near-term issue?
There wasn't really, well, maybe there was, but it was the end of a long process. I've been writing utopian novels for about 30 years, several, and that's not typical for someone to do serial utopian novels. But they were always distanced from the here and now, set on Mars or in the past, various displacements that meant that I kept trying to not just write about a utopia, but about how we might get to a better society, like the road to utopia as being the subject of the novel. So that's been going on for years, and I've been struggling with it for years. For this book, I thought, let's dispense with all displacements and go right to the global present, to climate change. No distractions, no metaphors. And then what you might call, when you talked about a seed moment, I was reading about wet bulb 35 temperatures. Mm-hmm. I was coming to understand that this talk that was widespread in our culture, that we weren't going to be able to stop the global average temperature rise at 2 degrees Celsius. We were going to shoot up to 3 or 3.5 or 4, and we were just going to have to adapt to that humans were adaptable. This was a view that you would hear from people trained in economics or in the humanities, et cetera. And they were missing something that hadn't really been underlined by the medical or scientific community, that humans can't survive above a wet bulb 35 temperature. And I was reading about that. It's a heat index. It's what we all understand very well, that a combination of high heat and high humidity is more uncomfortable than dry heat. And that at a certain combination of high heat and high humidity that the world is now beginning to touch on for an hour or two here or there around the world in thermometers and weather stations is fatal to human beings unless they're in air conditioning. You get cooked in your own juices, sweating doesn't work. Hyperthermia is just as dangerous as hypothermia, and within hours you overcook and die because sweating doesn't work in high humidity. So when I read that, it was like a slap to the face. I was thinking, look, all these eco-modernists, all these philosophers and economists saying we just have to adapt. They're not understanding that in the evolutionary sense, we can't adapt, that we would have to be living in air conditioning, and air conditioning breaks down. All of electrical grids break down, especially when they're stressed by high demand. So precisely when we'd be at the most danger of dying of heat strokes, we also might have electrical grid failures. And that was the stimulus. I thought, we are in more of an emergency than we even thought we were. And the whole adaptationist, eco-modernist, will just adapt to anything view is flatly wrong. And I need to write a book about that. So that was the start.
Yeah, and in the book you describe, in a very dramatic sense, tell the story of one of these events happening in India, and all but one individual from this town passing away from the heat, and even getting in the lake wouldn't save them from the terrible heat over the period of time they were exposed to it. And then this starts off a whole series of impacts inside of the book that we'll go into a little bit later. Tell me a little bit about, in this book, it's in chapters or sections, but there are pieces in the book that are just straight up essays trying to help us understand economics and other topics. That's not it's certainly not a typical writing style for a science fiction writer. I mean, science fiction tends to come in a pretty traditional packages. Tell me how you decided to do that, and what's the experience you've had of the audience reaction to that kind of essay writing inside of the book?
Well, it's been all over the map. And there is always a crowd of people who think they know how novels work, and that novels can only be dramatized scenes, 20 dramatized scenes, and you have your novel, and they're very rigid. But I'm not that way. I'm an English major. The canon shows you that the novel as a form is very capacious. It's a baggy form. It isn't even a genre. It's called novel because it's new. And a whole lot of material can be tossed into a novel and it still function as a novel. So I'm a novelist. I believe in the novel. And I could point to some quite famous novels that use interpolated essays, plays, pseudo documents, lists, et cetera, et cetera. The one that I would point to, because I've used it before, is John Dos Passos's USA trilogy, a very famous book from the 30s that describes the 1920s globally better than any other novel. And it was very famous in its time. And it's marginal in the canon because Dos Passos was an intense left-winger when he wrote the book, and when he was young. He was an intense right-winger when he got older. And right when English departments in the 50s were trending left, he was trending right. He's never really been taught, but he has been read. So if you look at the USA trilogy, you'll see the model for my earlier novel, 2312, a specific homage to Dos Passos's form. And it's never really wise to refer to this book for multiple reasons, but I'm going to do it anyway. Moby Dick, one of the greatest of all novels in the history of the world, is simply stuffed with various kinds of forms, including these pseudo-essays. You have to regard them when they're in a novel as a chapter in which the protagonist is something not a human, but an idea. You have to regard them as prose poems. They aren't going to function like ordinary essays. They're under the service of the novel's larger purposes. They're there to be games. They might be wrong. Melville has a long chapter on the qualities of whiteness, or the whale regarded as a fish. He keeps calling it a fish. Goes on and on like that. So what's important when you have a novel is that all forms can fit in it, and they're orchestrated to a larger cause. In this case, a global picture of like the next 30 years. I mean, in essence, by certain criteria, that's a crazy goal for a novel. But since the novel can do anything, and since I've already written novels that cover 700 years or 200 years, covering 30 years was not too mind-boggling. It's always problematic. And I'm interested in the game of forms. So say you're talking about climate change. You start with a mass heat death. It's pretty grim material. It's real life. It's the crisis that we're in now. It's an emergency. And we all know about it. We're all living it. Why read a novel? I mean, novels are for fun. Where's the fun? And for me, some of the fun can be in the orchestration of the material in the form of games, in the form of different kinds of genres. In this book, much more important than the essays are the eyewitness accounts. Probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 dozen eyewitness accounts by anonymous narrators who tell you something they saw in first person. Well, now that's not novelistic. That's an eyewitness account works almost exactly the opposite of the novel in that it tells rather than shows, and novels are supposedly about showing, not telling. I actually don't believe in any of the rules when it comes to novels. I don't think there are rules. You put together a big, baggy prose narrative, you make it work or you don't, but there aren't rules. So our culture's notion is very puritanical and rigid, that people seem to think they know what a novel is well, it's irritating to me because I myself am a novelist and I don't know what the novel is, but I know it's bigger than what they were thinking about.
Yeah, and it seems to me that you're daring to educate in the middle of this book. I mean, and I don't want to get into this. It's that the book is it is at times fun to read, but it's not fun to read in the way that a lot of your other work is, or work that's displaced in time or location. It has a visceral impact because of its nearness and its and the likelihood of some of the crisis events in it. So I think it's a bit shocking sometimes for people. And then some of the pieces of the essays or even the eyewitnesses, they're daring to educate us about things that maybe aren't widely known or spoken about. I think that takes some courage, one, but I'm interested in choosing to do that, and what is the impact or effect that you were hoping the book would have, or maybe even not even a conscious hope, but this is just something I must put out there. And now as you're standing and you're seeing it making this kind of impact into worlds like our world with the Generative Futures Initiative, just talk to me about that a little bit, because novel as a way to transform culture and people's view of something is quite a revolutionary act, if you ask me.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, I think that's what the novel was made to do, is to create a culture structure of feeling by putting everything into it and talking about the meaning of the culture. And so it creates meaning. It's not just reporting, it's creating. And when you opened up our discussion, you talked about a future that was both desirable and viable, you said. And that's one of the reasons that I pulled in all this wide variety of material. I was thinking of it in terms of a best case scenario of the future going well and us dodging the mass extinction event, but in a narrative that you could still believe. In a narrative where you could believe that it could happen, it was crucial not to run off the rails of believability, of plausibility, of the reader going along reading it and testing it at every sentence, like a reality test. Could that happen? Could that happen? Well, everybody reads like that, but in this case, the pressure was going to be hard on the novel to say, do I still believe it? And there's places where I necessarily had to do some hand waving where it isn't as believable as I would want, where there's a stretch a leap of faith. In science fiction, Norman Spinrad made up this term I find very useful, the strategic opacity. You get to the crux of things in a new science fiction device, a time travel machine or whatever, and there's a strategic opacity right where you would have to explain how it really worked. There's some phrases that obscure the fact that you can't really make it work. Well, in political science, in history, anytime you write a future history, you've got moments where you're skating over thin ice, where you got little strategic opacities. But for the most part, I wanted to make it look like it was rock solid from the very near future, like 3 years from now, to the year 2050, a feeling of solidity that would grow in the reader to where the suspension of disbelief would increase, that more leeway would be given as the book established its credentials as, oh yeah, this is realistic, this is how it would happen. Then more risks could be taken without throwing the reader out saying, well, that just couldn't happen. And slowly but surely, you could create a believable but desirable future. So in that sense, you brought it up, and I think it's very important. Entertainment versus education. This is a question about art that goes right back to Aristotle, whose definitions of it are fundamental to our Western culture. Essentially, art should both educate and entertain at the same time. And they're not that much of a dichotomy. Brecht is also very good on this in his estrangement effect and in his theater theory. Education can be highly entertaining. Entertainment can be highly educational. It's not that much of an either or if you begin to regard the idea that, hey, new information, that's kind of fun to know that. And therefore the essays have to be well done. They have to be playful. They have to maybe have a snarky or a supercilious or a indignant narrator who, it's not just an essay, it's somebody on a rant who's telling somebody about something. And so most of the mini essay chapters in Ministry for the Future have an angle. Some of them sound a lot like My Citizen from my New York 2140 novel, but I didn't want to go back to that cynical, blasphemous citizen of New York, that New Yorker who was squawking so hard in my New York novel. It wasn't really appropriate and only appears once or twice as a voice, as a style in Ministry for the Future. I wanted other things. And I think that by going at it that way, a lot of the essay chapters, people reading them, they'll really already know that stuff. Anybody who's interested enough to pick up a novel by me, pick up Ministry for the Future, there are some first timers, but a lot of them are already sophisticated, experienced, and educated citizens. So when they read my novel, in many cases, I'm not really teaching so much as I'm rehearsing. And by putting in little bricks of essay-like material, of supposed nonfiction material, although I think of these as short stories also, they're like bricks in a wall. And what they do is create that sense of, oh yeah, this is plausible, this is realistic. I knew that already, but it's entertaining to see Stan's take on it, or this narrator's take on it. And it's short, so I'm not beating people over the head with stuff that they already know. And then maybe sometimes I'm introducing a new angle, maybe because it's a leftist angle, maybe because it's the latest thing, maybe because it's a scientific angle that is new also to me. So I'm like bringing the news. And so that's how all those things come together.
But I think that's what's really effective about the book. And, other than the fact that it takes us on this journey and really takes us through all these steps of dealing with the effects of the climate crisis. And you do deal with social justice and economic inequality in there as well. I want to make sure that everybody knows that it's really taking on a whole portfolio of issues for humanity. And it walks us through there. And I think the thing that gets me to tell people to read the novel over and over again is because even if they've not been in this conversation, if they can read the book, they will suddenly be in the conversation. They'll have enough information about different topics and ideas, not just a story there, but they'll actually have some information that's actionable for them, things they can go research more on, or maybe they're really fascinated in the economics part or the governance part, and they can dig in a bit farther. And in fact, I think one of the most impressive things about the book is how many of those ideas you're able to weave into one work. That it is really a broad spectrum of different. Not only different understandings of our current systems as play, but many of the kind of theoretical ideas of how we might work our way out of those systems into new systems that might serve better for the planet and humanity's place in it. So, chapeau for doing that. I want to talk for a minute about economics. Because in the book you bring capitalism, and it by the end of the story it's not capitalism like we would recognize it today, but you bring capitalism along to the future as well as traditional governance forms. I'm curious about the decision to do that. Was that the case from the very beginning? You knew you were going to look at capital as being an important intrinsic part of this thing, or did you consider other approaches? And then ultimately, why did you decide to keep capitalism, going along for the next 30 years?
Well, it was a question, and it's part of this desire. It's part of this desire to make it a realistic novel, a plausible novel, and we are in the nation-state system, and we're in a global capitalist system. Now, the global capitalist system is one name for the climate problem. It creates the climate problem by mispricing everything. So it needs to be solved, cured, changed. The nation-state system, well, it's unwieldy, but it's what we've got. And it's not automatic that it's part of the problem. In other words, if you imagine some world governance and in some science fictional form that tells everybody what to do, and then everybody does it, and then we're all okay. Well, maybe, but maybe that's not necessary. And it's also incredibly one worldish and cuts against language, culture, diversity, and difference in ways that are they're maybe a little inhuman and unnatural, and B, we don't got it now and we're not going to get it. So in terms of making a plausible future, getting to a better place, I needed the nation state system.
Yeah.
And then you need international treaties to coordinate nation states and get them all working more or less on the same page rather than a zero-sum game. That's why I focused on the Paris Agreement. Every nation signed it. They've agreed to do certain things. And if they were to stick to their agreement, then the Paris Agreement will become one of the great actions in world history. It will be remembered as long as human history is written, if we live up to it. If we don't, then it becomes like League of Nations, which is well remembered amongst people who are thinking of failures, but not well remembered if you're thinking about world history as a success. So I'm trying to describe to you my decision-making process as into making a fictional future that was both positive and you could believe in it. Nation-state system, Paris Agreement, but capitalism, okay, that's going to the highest rate of return. The name of the capitalism is the name for a system of power. It's and a financial arrangement by which the few control the many, and the work of lots of people accrues to the ownership of a few people. And that's intrinsic to capitalism. It's not an accidental side effect. It's not a hijacking of the system. It's intrinsic. I'm an anti-capitalist. I'm an American leftist. Capitalism is one name for the problem, but it's the law. It's what we start with. So then how do you get out of that? How do you morph that into a system that properly prices and the world, people and the biosphere, price it properly, which means in many cases infinity. So already your system begins to blow up. Economics doesn't value things because its prices are always artificial and concocted, but they've been made too low. And then how do you morph that around to a better treatment of people, better treatment of planet, where you get more justice, you get more biosphere health? You will have to break that central law of going to the highest rate of return as it currently exists. So that's how I came to, by seeking around, well, who talks about this amongst political economy? Well, it's kind of sparse. It's not of active discussion, despite the crucial need for it. You don't see a lot of speculative economy. And what that would be is political economy, not just economics, but political economy. Mm-hmm. So I think modern monetary theory has to be given props as a group of economists trying to think back to Keynes, using Keynesianism to get into a better pricing of our relationship to the biosphere. And also what I like about MMT is the insistence on a job guarantee, that full employment and justice and people's welfare is included in the climate equation as well. So in other words, you pay yourself for doing the right work, and effectively it's almost just Keynesianism, which that sounds a little bit timid or old-fashioned, but on the other hand, it would be a huge step forward to get from austerity and neoliberalism back to Keynes and then go forward from there. And what I mean by Keynes is government making up new money and spending it for good carbon reduction projects. First, and controlling the spend, not just giving it to the private banks who consistently blow it by going to the highest rate of return, which is fictionalized and wrong and bad, but actually spending the first creation of new money on, it's called carbon quantitative easing. So this is a long way of running you through my thinking process, as I've actually ended up writing a novel about carbon quantitative easing. I mean, that's crazy unless you explain the process of thinking that got me there. I mean, central bankers. I don't know of many novels that are about central bankers changing the world. And it feels foolish to say so, because they are not really the drivers, but they are the clutch.
Right.
And so as the clutch, I thought I could play the game there.
Yeah, and in Keynes, I think going back to the banker and the Bretton Woods meetings and this kind of decision point for our global economics, when we went to, hey, let's just take as much and extract as much wealth from everybody we can as the model, instead of saying, hey, let's intrinsically tie the value of all our economies together, which was Keynes's argument. Yes. And then you go a step further and introduce, this carbon coin. So, looking towards some of the, what emerging tools we might have in cryptocurrency and blockchain driven economics, which are still nascent. I mean, many of those people, Keynes is like the top level of their thinking, like going beyond that right now is really difficult, mostly because we just don't have any prototypes for how to manage other forms of value other than the one that's tied to, the world's fiat currencies. So I definitely, again, hats off to you for going that direction and demonstrating there, again, giving us a viable picture. And I think over and over, what is helpful for those who would like to seek out systemic change is having examples, even fiction examples of how this might work and how this might carry out, because it creates a blueprint for action.
Yes.
Obviously just a blueprint without any action doesn't create any change, but all action, around achieving nebulous aims, we know where those end up. You can take a look at the Occupy movement, for example. Great amount of action, no aim and no destination. It was coherently driving towards, and then it all falls apart. Now, in the book, and you use a very, very strong lever to deal with the excesses of capital and capitalism, in that there is an element of eco-terrorism in there, and that the top 1% or the top climate abusers actually are the targets of this very sophisticated terrorism. I'm curious about that as both a storytelling device, which I found as a reader very engaging and in some way gratifying and satisfying, but as a kind of an architect of the future, is that a necessary ingredient, or is that like just one way that we might actually have the worst of our climate abusers, if you would call that, or the ones that are at the most excessive extremes of economic inequality, to rejoin a more wide middle humanity?
Well, I mean, you put your finger on one of the more vexing, troubling, and important questions. And I can't answer it because the world's going to answer it. Yeah. When writing the novel, I was fearful that if we didn't cope with the climate change and also inequality problems as a combined problem properly in the next few years, by legal means, by democratic means, by agreeing as a society and a civilization to do it that way, violence was going to erupt. And really the kind of targeted, asymmetrical, and effective violence that is sometimes described in my book is a little fantasy land. Typically, violence is more spasmodic, more chaotic, and less effective in its collateral damage and its blowback and its suffering. And in other words, it's a bad tool. And so in my novel, I was sort of thinking through these issues, and I don't think that I did a particularly good job. And in this sense, probably I could have made it clearer the differences between sabotage and murder as political tools, and that maybe there are reasons for and justifications for sabotage, for breaking of machinery, as opposed to hurting people. But my defense is that history itself is completely chaotic. And so as a representation of what it's going to feel like and what it might look like, I think my novel is okay. As a blueprint or a plan or a suggestion, no, I don't think it works that way. And I'm frightened that the book, when you say, architect of the future, that it begins to look like a necessary beam, political violence. I keep thinking that, say you're in the 1%, you've been well educated, and you're up to date in terms of education, you know how the world works. If the democracies of the world gave you a big haircut and progressive taxation came in, and also trackable digital money came in so that you couldn't hide your wealth, and that the taxation was going to give you a big haircut, and probably your heirs, your immediate heirs, in terms of passing along inherited wealth. But even in the immediate present for you, if you were said, look, you only get to keep 10 million and the rest is going to the common good and to necessary causes, and has become part of the public rather than the private wealth, wouldn't you rationally take the haircut and walk if you were given a sufficiently good deal for protecting your private privilege? Well, if everybody was homo economicus and the 1% is closer to it than anyone else, maybe they would. They know perfectly well that 10 million isn't enough to protect your life, that you will live a good life, that you will have Social Security, you'll have health care, and your kids will probably be okay to a limited extent. You can never protect them, not by money. So, and yet power is a drug and wealth is power. And I don't notice too many of the 1% advocating a really harsh progressive tax rate, advocating their own haircut. You don't see that happen very often. And in a future, and here I want to move into a fantasy space. If there were a future in which, if you were in the 1%, you knew that you had a chance that you were just going to be killed on the street one day, or have a drone blow up your house one day, and you were offered a safer world, and this is almost like parallel worlds fantasies rather than actual world situations, wouldn't you be feeling calmer, healthier, and like a better citizen if you took the haircut? And so this is a political position, taking the haircut. I don't see it. You don't see the 1% being radical and progressive leftists. You see them often supporting the status quo, even though the status quo has taken us all down. So these are the kind of questions that come up to come up to all of us.
Or being anti-government, we can look at the capitalists behind the Brexit move. They really just wanted deregulated trade, the capacity to make more money without any kind of oversight. So there's definitely a common theme amongst a libertarian, radical libertarian form of capitalism, which is to get your hands off me and let me make the money I want to make. Let me operate as I want to make, which is kind of like saying to the great white shark, yeah, we'll just throw as much food in the water as you'd like, and let you eat. And I think that's something that, it's often been said that capitalism without strong governance is toxic. And I think that what we've seen in the past, 25 years, and hopefully, beginning to be curbed is this notion that government should continue to create more opportunity for the accumulation of capital. And I think you're saying about taking a haircut, that could be moved to a more aggressive stance and saying that, hey, governments could privatize people's businesses and things like that, which we definitely saw in the socialist revolutions. Obviously, something that's very distasteful to most Americans, especially, but within the toolkit of a government, we could actually do things like that.
Well, I want to make something clear that I know that you already know, but just so that we are making it clear to all our listeners.
Yeah.
Neoliberal capitalism is strong governance. It is a system of governance. Yeah. It is not hands off. It's not this myth of private contracts between individuals that get to make private agreements amongst themselves. It's a set of regulations and laws that allows for monopolies to take place. And then once they have, the state and finance, government and business, are two aspects of the same system of civilizational controls. And so one doesn't want to get caught up in the idea that capitalism is less government and what would you call it? Socialism is more government. They are both highly government. They are both forms of governance. So what would be interesting would be to apply a hugely progressive tax basis, but also taxes are so powerful. If you said that a big company gets taxed at 5 times the rate of a small company, the tax lawyers would go to that big company and say, you need now to become 10 small companies cooperating with each other. We'll fix it behind the scenes, but you are now breaking down into 10 small companies to reduce your tax rate. Well, 10 small companies could then begin to deviate in terms of their own internal governances as city-states. And then you begin to drive towards, if the tax law said cooperatives where the employees of the company get taxed at 10%, whereas the old style owner-driven, when capital owns the profit and the labor, rather than labor owning the capital and the profit being a kind of a weird index anyway, at different tax rates, suddenly we would all become Mondragon. Right. In order to make more money and conform within a governance system that taxes differentially to push towards justice and the rights of the economic rights of a much larger group of people. I guess what I'm saying here is the instrumentation already exists, called rule of law, legislation, tax law, regulation. That instrumentation exists and can be applied to make a much flatter, more biosphere friendly, more just, socially just political economy. The tools could be applied in ways that make for a much better system.
And again, going back to our conversation about being part of the whole of the earth, when you were speaking about all of space sciences, earth science, I just suddenly had this very, very profound experience of, we are earthlings, we are of earth and inseparable from it. We are an expression of some self-aware consciousness event, some complex life form event that is part of the entire biosphere. It is we're not a separate entity on top of the earth. We're of the earth. And even your sensible ideas about exploration of space would say we're still of the earth. We're just a piece of the earth that's now on Mars, or a piece of the earth that's now on the moon. And that in order to be able to be intrinsically whole, we would have to return to the whole.
Yes. I would agree with that. I think that's right. And even luckily in my Mars novels, these young Martians that have never even been to Earth, they come down, they get crushed by the gravity. They recognize that they are coming home. And so I have not been, I'm not renouncing, I don't have to renounce the earlier half of my career.
Mm-hmm.
But your main point is absolutely crucial. We are bubbles of Earth. This is a Flora Thompson, Lark Rise in Candleford. It's a 19th century landscape writing. And John Crowley, the great American science fiction writer, quoted it in his wonderful novel Little Big. We are bubbles of Earth, bubbles of Earth. And as girls, these Victorian girls would gambol around the English countryside, saying that to each other as they bounced around like young lambs. And it's a beautiful thing. Crowley used it as an epigraph to his great novel. And I saw it there first and then went back to Flora Thompson. And you got to look at Lark Rise in Candleford to see that this feeling is maybe a Gaia feeling or whatever you want to call it. This Earth-centric feeling of connection with this planet is very common. And indeed, maybe that's what shamanism was always about, that there are other worlds, but we are expressions of this world.
Yeah. Yeah, great. And I think, as we kind of wind up the conversation here, this kind of leaves for me, and I hope for our audience, a little bit of an altered state of consciousness. That, we started this conversation talking about the future for humanity and a vision that you, Stan, have helped us to have and to become part of the body of society. And we appreciate you for that. But kind of where we've arrived is back to ourselves. We've arrived back to that we are this extraordinary expression of life and an extraordinary expression of complexity, these amazing complex systems of, co-evolved species inside of one thing that we call a body. And that quite possibly the biggest leap we could make to having a thriving future for humanity is actually just to be human, is actually just to be earthlings. And to, kind of embody that very simple reality. I don't like to be too reductionist, but there's definitely in this moment a feeling of the poet in me being, enlivened and brought forth. So thank you for that. I thank you for the that, as you called it, the technocratic look at a very possible, viable future for humanity. In some cases, an architecture or a roadmap, at least places for people to look if they're interested in getting involved in inventing and creating new ways of doing things. You paint a very, very complete picture of some of the most important things to focus on. And then to arrive here at this kind of mythopoetic moment of little bubbles of Earth is quite a satisfying experience. Thank you so much, Stan.
Well, thank you, Michael. I've really enjoyed it. You have conducted my violin playing in interesting directions, and I really appreciate it. It's been fun. It's been a good conversation.
Great. And I look forward to having you back again to talk about specific things, especially as, I think what we're starting to see is seeing through the lens of a viable future or a generative future towards things that are occurring and happening. As techno-utopianism has a lens and a view of what certain advancement means, we have a digital magazine that we've launched called Proof of the Thriving Future, and we as well are looking at ways to be a lens to be able to see into these into the events in current day in a way that helps us to gain access to having some sense of capacity to affect change, some agency in the direction and future of humanity. And I think you are definitely a forerunner of that style of human being and that style of human thinking. And we're really excited to continue the conversation over time.
Well, thank you. I would love to come back, and I will be looking forward to the magazine. Yeah, it's a discursive battle, but it's also an imaginative project, and I can see that we're doing it together. This year is going to show us a whole lot about whether we can collectively shape a good future.
Well, thank you, Stan. And we will be speaking again. And that's it for now for our viewers and listeners. Thank you so much for joining us on the show.
The Boldly Now Show, igniting the world of burning desire, big ideas, and bold action.
Boldly Now is an initiative of the Generative Futures Initiative, generating a thriving future for humanity.
How do we learn lessons from the past? How do we leave behind our global problems and bring about a new era for humanity? What are the technologies and behaviors we need to adopt to make sustainable change? And how do we bring all that back to the people who can take action to change the world? These are the questions that futurist Ada Paris has been grappling with in the face of the challenges we have today. On today's show, Ada will help shine a light on these questions and give us ways to recognize new patterns that can lead to a better future. But before we get started, click on the like button below, do subscribe, and click on the alert button so you can get notified anytime we post new content. Okay, on with the show.
Burning desire, big ideas, bold action.
I have the great pleasure of introducing you to Ada Paris today. She is a futurist, a cultural strategist, a system designer, and most of all, an artist. Ada is known as a polymath and enthusiastic curator of people, patterns, and stories. In 2020, she was longlisted as one of the most influential women in UK technology. Ada has been a long-time innovator in pushing the boundaries of storytelling in the virtual medium and has a long view on how emerging technologies will shape us and our future, and how we might best shape those technologies to produce thriving on this planet. Ada, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
So I'm curious, and I don't always ask this question, but anybody that calls themselves a futurist, I'm really curious, what does that mean to you? What is a futurist for you?
Well, firstly, I never initially called myself a futurist. It was something that was given to me, a title given to me. And for me, I don't pretend to have a crystal ball and try and predict trends. It's more about recognizing, and I was defining it a little while ago, but it's being able to acknowledge the past and know that we have to learn from the past, be very present in the present, and then looking at how we can use the lessons from the past to help us shape the future. So co-design the future, and looking at that from a perspective of how it impacts us as societies, as cultures, our identity, our economics, all of those things, rather than trying to just go, this is what I see the future of technology is. Where are we moving to? And how is our relationship with technology shifting? Or what are some of the patterns that we've recognized from the past that are just repeating? The only difference is the type of technology. We've gone from analog to digital, to where we don't know yet.
Yeah, I love that notion of the past and there's a couple of pieces of the past we should be really aware of. One is pitfalls, right? We've screwed this one up this way in the past before, or we've messed this one up repeatedly over and over as long as human beings have been on the planet. How do we watch out for that and make sure we don't put that into our future? And also just the notion that there are these long arcs and patterns, and that becoming aware of them gives us a much better access to know and notice where things are going through in the future. And I think a lot of us get really hung up on the day's news, like the immediacy, especially in the digital era, the immediacy of so much news and so much content that it seems like this moment is always the most important moment that a human being has ever faced.
Yeah, and we forget that we've been here before. And I think that part of that is really understanding the language that we're using and recognizing that, technology is not just something digital or algorithmic. It comes from the words of craft and art and process. And so we've always had forms of technology. We may not recognize them as that. It's just that they weren't digital. And for me, the way that we use tech is to do three things: to connect with ourselves, to connect with our environment, and to connect with others. So, cave people would have used flint or, spears or what have you. And, now we're using other forms of technology to do exactly the same thing. in the future, we will be using technology to do a very similar thing. So those are the patterns that connects everything. And if we can recognize those patterns in the past and in the present, then we can have an idea of how we would use technology in the future.
Yeah, and I just wanted to just for you just talk about a little bit how we talk about futurism and how I talk about myself as a futurist. I was a traditional futurist in the late 90s, early 2000s, hire us to figure out what the future TV is going to look like, et cetera, et cetera. We did these big projects. We tried to figure out what the future of a certain technology would be like. And, that kind of looking for trends and things like that. I don't really consider futurism more as just being a predictor of patterns. And what we talk about when we talk about the future now that we think is really, really significant is not only having that ability to have the long view going back, but having a really long view, and instead of predicting the future, generating the future. Saying, declaring things, imagining, creating stories that help us pull us into a better future. Really interested in talking to you about stories and technology, of course, and how we see those things evolving or co-evolving, and just want to stop for a second and say, thank you for all the kind of pioneering work that you did. Especially around dance and the virtual stuff, and the pushing of the boundaries of what it means to be present and physically embodied, and all those things. I rarely get to talk with somebody who's been playing these games as long as I have, and really made the kind of choice to be an innovator versus a consumer of other creative ideas and technology. We see a lot of that. Somebody has an idea, somebody else turns it into money. But there are those that are the kind of forerunners, and I really appreciate about your work specifically. Tell me what a little bit. What is your passion in this area, technology and future art? What is it that's still having you have the drive that you have to keep innovating and keep being a leader?
I think more and more recently, I've realized that I'm a systems thinker. I didn't realize that before. I thought that everybody recognized these patterns across different places. And I get really excited by recognizing a pattern in the world that probably most people wouldn't put together. And so looking at those things and thinking, well, what are some of the lessons that we can learn? But also my work now, and I say work, but it's my passion. It's who I am. It's what I do, whether I'm creating art or what have you, but it's always around this area of, I created this, or I recognized the pattern that I called cyborg shamanism. And that is now a lens through which we can look at the world. And so what excites me is recognizing that pattern in everything. So it's a framework that I've created that has 5 phases. The first is leave. How do we leave the old ways behind? We acknowledge that there are problems. And rather than spending time trying to work on those problems, we say, how do we leave those problems behind to create new value systems? The second is grow. The second is breathe. How are we going to remove those tensions in the system to create a hypothesis for change? The third is grow. What are the tools, technologies, rituals, behaviors that we need to try and make that true, or to try and see, stress test it? The fourth is flow. And we tend to ask the question, what type of ancestor do you want to be? So how are we making it sustainable? And that's what you're talking about, that long-term thinking. So not just thinking about our generation or our children's generation or their generation, but actually longer than that. And then the fifth one is ground. I'm losing count today. The fifth one is ground. How do we ground that down to create a sense of, I used to say citizenship, and actually we now talk about kinship, because it's that relationship with everything that is other. And so that framework, those 5 things, I'm recognizing that in all sorts of worlds, and that excites me. So spirituality, quantum mechanics, algorithmic technology, faith-based religions, metaphysics, it's all in all of those things. And so when I see it, I get really excited because I go, there's lessons that can be learned from that world and brought into these other worlds.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I love it. And I want to actually make sure I get that framework to share with our listeners in the notes. And what occurs to me just when you said that is that, Ada has a methodology or a framework for us to actually add competency to our capacity to think in long terms. I mean, like human beings are in our animal nature, we're really concerned about preservation in the current moment. Am I going to eat or am I going to be eaten? Am I safe in the pack? Do I have good stature, social stature in the group? And then beyond that, then I can start to think of other things, but that's a moment by moment by moment stress on us. And you're talking about a way to give us access to thinking about bigger timeframes, both in the past and towards the future. And then I love the part about, like just distinguish the past and leave it behind, because we can't get just stuck in, oh man, that's bad. Because that's another obsession of the human brain, is like to focus on the absolute negative, the worst of everything. And I think that's what's given rise to grievance culture so much, is we just have such a innate habit of finding out what's wrong.
I think part of the problem is that we as a society tend to get stuck in binaries. It's either or. And so those binaries create a level of competition that means that we're all, people end up spinning themselves out because it's, well, I've got to be this or that. Whereas I take a systemic approach, a living systems approach now to everything that we do, that recognizing that living systems are self-operating organisms that have an impact on their environment. So that's us as humans, that's everything that we do. And so recognizing that what we should be doing is having a holistic living system, systemic approach to everything, and recognizing the interconnections and interconnections of everything means that we have to have a different approach to doing things, which also means we are able to bring in those other voices, those other lived experiences, those other knowledge and wisdom, because everybody's on an even playing field. There isn't a hierarchy of, well, technology from Silicon Valley is better than indigenous technologies from New Zealand. They're all trying to do the same thing. And what I do, and what my co-founder Marcus Anderson and I do, is bring those different worlds together.
It occurs to me that inside of technology, we have we're incentivized to turn on money-making machines, right? That's the incentive inside of tech, versus maybe your indigenous culture in New Zealand might be incentivized by something else that might look a little bit more like wisdom, or you mentioned living systems, and symbiosis is a really the waste of one living organism in the ecosystems, the food of another. We don't live like that as human beings. We just take, and then our waste is toxic. Tell me about how can we start to look for technologies that are both innovative, and maybe they make money. I'm not saying capitalism has to go, but have more of a positive impact upon humans, impact on each other and the world. Where does that come from? Where do we look to find that?
So a couple of things. I mentioned it earlier, language. Yeah. That if first of all, if I asked you what you meant by innovation, I make a very different description of that. And those descriptions of those words and our relationship with those words are based on our experiences. Mm-hmm. And so they're very much person-centered. They're very much based on our location, our experience, our knowledge, our wisdom. But actually the words translate across many boundaries. And so I think that what we need to do is really start to really look at what we mean by particular things. So what do we mean by technology, and recognize that it's also not binary. It's all of these things are fluid. But the other thing that we need to do, and this probably comes first, is that we need to create new hierarchies of needs. So, we look at people tend to talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but through the research that we've done, we've realized, and there's photos of him, that Maslow actually took those hierarchy of needs from the Blackfoot Nations peoples and flipped them on their head and put self-actualization, this I at the top. Whereas when you start to look at indigenous cultures, what they have as a base is that there needs to be, it's everybody's responsibility to make sure that the planet is safe. Because without that, we would not have, access to food or anything else like that. And so it becomes the base level is a we rather than I. And so I think once we start to create new hierarchies of needs, we then have a different approach and a different relationship with ourselves, with the planet, with money, with everything, because then we realize that, to your point, everything is connected. I remember one of my colleagues one of my peers on one of the programs I was on recently said that nature creates no waste. Mm-hmm. And so if nature creates no waste, why can't our economic money systems replicate that? That, you know, it's not just being filtered off to the 1% of the 1%, but actually what we're doing, Marcus and I, is we're looking at where are some of these systems that are constantly flowing. So I'm quite fascinated by looking at water conservation, how nature makes sure that water continually flows. And if we look at those models, why can't we use that as a business model?
And create, use our innovation or our ability to imagine something other than what we have. And I really think, actually, I think it was a good point about innovation, because what tech means in innovation is anything that digitizes something in the old world and makes money off of it. That's innovation. But if we look maybe towards what's needed, is that kind of innovation can be bankrupt of imagination. It can be actually not very creative at all. In effect, if you are creative, like I am and you are, it's sometimes the things that are winning in technology just seem so boring. I mean, like, oh my goodness, how can that win? It's such a reductionist, base level, making micro amounts of money out of something thing that doesn't seem innovative at all, really.
Exactly. And I think that we get into this loop of what's the next big thing, what's the next big thing, what's the next big thing. Are you going to be the next Facebook? Are you going to be the next, Instagram, or the next this? And we've already got those. Why do we need more of those? We have so many issues and so many things that need addressing, just even in our local communities, that why are we not looking to, there are, when I say why are we not looking, why is the money not being filtered towards those who are doing that necessary work, rather than developing another wellness app or another food delivery app?
Yeah, and it's pretty clear our incentive systems are oriented to do what they do right now, and it's going to require quite a bit of imagination to invent a system that will reward other kinds of behavior. But we invented the first one, so we can invent another one. It's not like it dropped out of the sky and this is the one we get to use. We actually have the capacity to do that.
The time is now. Given that we're in this pandemic, that for most of us, well, I think for most of us, the rules of the game have been broken. We've realized that what we were once calling normal is no longer normal, or never really was. And so we're in this, I do believe that we're in this liminal space where we have the opportunity to really fundamentally shift, and change and create new things and new models, because I think that a lot more people are less risk averse because we've seen what's been happening. So people are going, well, that didn't work, let me try something new. And so, we're not the only ones having these conversations. We're not the only ones doing this. And what we're trying to do, to the part of the intro that you mentioned about me being a curator, is we're also looking at finding those other people, those other organizations that are doing similar work or having similar conversations and just coming together.
Yeah, count me in the Generative Futures Initiative boldly now, and we're happy to participate in any way we can. We have a kind of a crazy model where a majority of our time is spent doing things that don't make money. Most of our time is doing the things we think really need to be done in the world, and then we try to make enough money to keep the ball rolling. And I think you probably recognize that. And a lot of us in this boat are there now. I want to talk about something that just occurred to me, since we're talking about technology and we started talking about, indigenous culture and other kinds of wisdoms and other kinds of technology. There's a topic that most people don't talk about too much, and that's the technologizing of human beings. In our current system, we've technologized human beings. We've become widgets, so to speak. We're good for doing your grocery shopping, or we're good for any number of things. And kind of from a systems level, they see us like a subroutine in a program. Human beings are not counted as humans inside of the Western technological landscape. And I don't have any answers to this. I know there's a lot of philosophers who have talked about this, Heidegger and Adorno and people like that, even as early as the 30s and 40s and 50s, talking about how this was happening in the West. But do you think that there's something that we can learn from a kind of a different technological wisdom, so that humanity can kind of reclaim its place as being human beings instead of being an instrument?
I think that for me, a lot of it goes back to, again, the language that we use. So we refer to businesses as operating like machines. Then the humans within those machines are referred to as resources. And so you have human resources or human capital. And that tells me everything that I need to know about the system. Because then you're not recognizing the human as an individual. You're not recognizing them as a potential, helping them to try and achieve their their potential. But because when it's a machine, people talk about this is a well-oiled machine, and this is, and that in itself creates a narrative of how the system works and the fact that it may never shift. And so we need to, first of all, I mean, this pandemic has enabled us to be able to recognize the human in each other, to look through the Zoom, to recognize people, and to be able to say, how can I help you? What do you need? Those levels of support. And as things start to open up, and things get back to what people call the new normal. I don't know what that means, but when things start opening up, I really want us, and I've spoken to business leaders about it, let's make sure that we keep those human aspects in there. So recognizing that everybody has a human right to good mental health and well-being. And as business owners and business leaders, you also have a duty of care to make sure that you aren't burning your people out, and that they have a good work-life balance, and they have, that they come to a workplace that is psychologically safe for them. Well, you can't do that, or it's difficult to do that if you're constantly referring to the business as a machine, or referring to people as resources, or referring to them as capital, because you're dehumanizing them. And then you add the layer of technology on top of that, and it becomes process-driven and efficiency of, processes and market share and all of those things. So there's that whole reframing that needs to happen for us to be able to really start to recognize businesses. I mean, so not businesses, but to recognize people and to try and shift the way that we do things. It's not impossible, because we've already seen a lot of the things that people said were impossible have been happening. For example, working from home. And actually enabling people to choose their starting times to match their bodies, their own slick circadian rhythms, all of that has actually increased productivity.
It occurs to me just from our earlier conversation that maybe we need to adopt the language of ecosystems and living systems to talk about organizations. And one of the things that though it just occurs in that, it's like in living systems we have like birth, life, and death, and entire systems and ecologies change and evolve over time. I'm thinking here, I'm in Colorado, and if you look at a forest fire that sweeps through an area, there's this big cycle where flowers come up that haven't come up in 30, 40 years. There's seeds that are in the ground that require the fire to break them open. And so there's these natural, longer cycles. But when we create a company, we want it to be monolithic. We want it to be around forever and dominate forever. We don't build in cycles. And we certainly don't honor or respect a retreating cycle. We only respect growth. We don't respect this company's in its later life stages, and isn't it wonderful what it's produced, and honor it and celebrate it, and then have it come apart and become something else. It just seems like we really aren't even close to having a living systems framework for thinking about the way we organize ourselves.
Exactly. I mean, I recently finished a course with Frio Capra, who's a living systems thinker, a philosopher. And, I learned so much on that course. But again, it's definitely about recognizing that we have to change our approach to understanding how we operate, that living systems, there is a process of metamorphosis or transformation, or whatever language you want to use, that as one thing is coming to the end of its, as we call it, life cycle, parts of it are transformed and utilized. There's that symbiotic relationship is utilized in something else. So the idea that businesses have a 5-year business plan or a 5-year strategy says that it's going to be fixed and rigid for 5 years, when we know the rate of change of technology, technological development and everything, even, 2 years ago, we wouldn't have thought that we would be here. And so those 5-year business plans have kind of gone out the window for a lot of organizations. And so we have to think in a way, I think that we should be thinking in a way that is fluid and agile and, ready to adapt so that we can be proactive rather than just reactive when something happens.
Yeah, it occurs to me that this all boils down to the fundamental distinction that we have a zero-sum economy, and that the only way to continue to win in an environment is to control the environment, to control the people in it. If you can control enough, then you can continue winning over and over again. Versus the living systems, the goal of the caterpillar is not to win the game of leaf eating or whatever it is. It's to play out its life cycle and its process, and then contribute to becoming a butterfly, which contributes to pollination, which contributes to more habitat for more butterflies. And it's almost unimaginable in a way that we can transform all the things we need to transform if the name of the game is that we're going to get as much stuff as we can and pile it up and hold on to wealth and hold on to energy and hold on to money. There's no natural system that works like that. It's just human beings that have figured out how to, to stick energy in pockets and store it away.
But that's the key point that you talk about, that we're energy. You mentioned energy.
Yeah.
Everything is energy, and energy never dies. It's just transferred. And so that's what we have to look at. I think as you were speaking, what came up for me as well is this. We also need to look at our political systems, because those are, and whichever country you're in, they all seem to be in a particular way. This is very much top down, vice-like grip on everything else that happens, and they are supposedly elected representatives. And I say that very loosely, supposedly representative, but going back to your earlier point, we're in a digital world. So what should politics be in this digital world, where the borders and boundaries that we used to look at in terms of country and nation state and all of those things are now more fluid and now more open? We've got people, organizations and governments now talking about vaccine passports for people traveling across borders. Well, how will that work? Those are the sorts of things that you're asking me what excites me. Those sorts of things excite me. Those questions about what should we be doing now so that we are less reactive and more proactive, but doing it from a place of ethics and morals and empathy, and breaking down these old colonial structures and ways of dividing and conquering and negating of various people's contribution to the bigger system.
I feel like I want to have a whole dinner with you just to talk about that specific topic. I do feel that it's like when you pull on one thread of this conversation, you end up impacting all the rest of them. And what came to mind when you're saying that is that, our political systems that we have, most of them are around 200 250 years old, maybe a little bit younger, the communist movement a bit younger, but they're well over 100 years old. They were thought of by our great-great-grandparents' generation and back, and they were innovative when they came out. And there's no doubt about it. The capacity to move capital in the capitalist system, to move people in the communist system is an upgrade over what we may have had 500 years ago, or certainly 1,000 years ago, in terms of being able to organize people. But the systems themselves are continuing to replicate themselves, almost as if the survival of the ideology is more important than the flourishing of people.
What I think what you're talking about there is this ideological game of chicken. Nobody wants to step off. Nobody wants to be the first to step off and say, well, we're going to change things. And so everybody just keeps going. And it's this constant keeping people on these hamster wheels, which burn people out. No wonder we have such high crime rates in many cities, because people are just on these hamster wheels of going, well, I need this, I need this, I need this. And I think a lot of that is down to ego. Ego comes into that as well. Because a project an idea pattern I recognized last year is something I call the ecological triptych. The link between colonialism, capitalism, and climate change is the ego. because we will all say, well, yes, I recycle. Yes, I'm going to go vegan. I'm going to do all of this stuff. But we will still fly to Bali to go and do yoga retreat because we can afford to. And so those things go out the window then, because it's, well, I need this. And it goes back to what we were saying earlier. It's very much the individualistic. I need this and I need this to validate myself or what have you. And that's where all the competition and all of these things continue to keep going, which is, it's sad. But I do think, and I'm not talking about, somebody said to me the other day that, oh, you're talking about utopia. I'm not talking about utopia either. I'm talking about recognizing that there are other ways of doing things that are more equitable and bring equality and are ethical, and that technology has become an enabler of some of that. And one of the, recently Marcus and I were hosting some Clubhouse sessions, and what we do is we come up with these provocations, and one of them we talked about was, is technology now just really a dog whistle for colonialism?
Mm-hmm.
But, it's that high pitch thing that we don't really hear, but it's still keeping things separate and keeping things, these rankings and these hierarchies. Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
It's like your face is like,
no, really good question. I mean, and there's no way, it's inescapable. I mean,
yes.
It's the ultimate expression of the capitalist colonial system. It's an ability to divide and conquer and win at a long distance with billions of people. I mean, like it's the ultimate power play, although we put it in these kind of light, fluffy, I'm just communicating in 144 characters frame. It is, and we've seen it be used for good, and we've seen it be used for, totalitarian uses, and we've also seen the power that's been granted the people that run these corporations. We're getting ready to have a trillionaire on the planet, and that is the most bizarre, nauseating thing that I can imagine. That was technology that did that. That's what empowered that. So I think the answer to that is a pretty simple yes. What are we going to build to replace it? That's a really hard question.
But you mentioned trillionaire, what came to mind for me is this idea that we have of philanthropy. That then we have these billionaires who will decide, well, I think that this money should go here.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
that's colonial right there. Like a single person gets to decide what's good for the people. Yeah, that might even be back to like Egyptian times. We've built pharaohs for ourselves, god kings that get to decide everything about everything. Well, thank you so much for having this amazing conversation today. I'm sure we're going to have many more as time goes on, and we try to help people to climb on board with some of this thinking. I think it's important that people see that we as well are working and struggling our way through these ideas and trying them on and seeing how they fit, and seeing that there's gaps in our own understanding, our own capacity, our own, et cetera, and that, people like you and me are out there constantly trying to learn and share what we've learned to create more opportunity for people to make a bigger impact. So,
definitely.
Yeah,
I would love to have a conversation with you offline as well to find out what we're doing and how we can support each other.
Absolutely. We'll certainly be doing that, maybe even in a couple of minutes. So that's it for all from the Boldly Now show and the Generative Futures Initiative. Thank you for joining this conversation. If you need resources, visit our websites at generativefuturesinitiative.com and bold.ly. Ada, what is your website? It's Ada Paris, right? ADAHPARRIS.com. I want to give you a little shout out because you on your website you even list your values, and I read your values and I felt really kind of inspired that you put that on a public place, along with bio and work and media and all kinds of ways that you can get involved in.
It's important, that it's important to know what I stand for, and so that people are very clear. And then that's, if we think about the relationships we have with individuals, we choose our friends, our family, what have you, based on their values. So why wouldn't we do the same thing when we're trying to choose who we work with?
Okay, I'm gonna steal that idea and publish my values on my website. I've done the work, I just haven't published it. So you're encouraging me to to get out there in that way. Well, thank you so much for this time, and look forward to speaking to you again soon.
The Boldly Now Show, igniting the world of burning desire, big ideas, and bold action.
Boldly Now is an initiative of the Generative Futures Initiative, generating a thriving future for humanity. Learn more at generativefuturesinitiative.com.
So welcome to another Boldly Now segment. I have Rachel Morrison with myself, Michael Sean Conaway, and I have the great honor and fortune to have Atossa Soltani, Director and President of the Board of Amazon Watch, with us today for a conversation. Atossa's been helping to protect and to guide the headwaters of the Amazon and the indigenous people there for most of her career. And we're really excited to have your wisdom shared with us today for this amazing festival. Want to start off with how is it there for you? You know, check in with you. You know, obviously many of us have been impacted in great ways. How are things for you right now in Santa Monica, and how are things for the Amazon?
Thank you, Michael Sean. It's an honor to be here, and Rachel, it's great to be with you guys. Yeah, so I'm doing well. I'm in Santa Monica. I've been in isolation since late February, and basically it's a time of a very busy time, actually, of making the most of this moment for advancing the work we're doing to transition to an ecological world. And so, you know, I've been on many Zoom calls every day. The situation in the Amazon is really precarious. We were already in a state of emergency in the Amazon with the deforestation crisis that's been looming since Bolsonaro took office. It's been underway since Bolsonaro took office last year. So we've been already bracing for record year of deforestation and forest fires. And then on top of that, we now have a COVID emergency. And it's been very, you know, there's over nearly 30,000 cases of COVID right now in Amazon basin, and that includes, you know, very little testing actually going on. So that figure could be many times greater, and there's been many deaths already. It's hard to track them between the cities and the indigenous villages, but it is definitely really concerning, and we've been mobilizing and responding and holding space for really what wants to come through right now, both in terms of our movements, gaining strength and clarity, and also for our ability to actually speak in solidarity and support to the people who are very vulnerable. You know, indigenous peoples are, they already, you know, went through a mass epidemic, you know, a pandemic, epidemics situation when the Spaniards first arrived and the colonizers first arrived. So here they are 500 years later going through that, you know, huge second wave. And, you know, it's very much when the colonizers arrived in the 1500s, there were probably somewhere between 10 and 20 million indigenous people living in Central and South America. So it was already a, you know, massive genocide by the time a few hundred years passed. And so for them, this is like a traumatic memory, but, you know, we're all living that now. And, you know, indigenous peoples are in some ways vulnerable because there's not many health posts near their territories. There's not much in terms of information that's in their languages. So while we take for granted, there's all this campaigns about washing your hands and wearing masks and what to do, what not to do. In the indigenous remote areas, there's very little communication and hardly messages getting out there in their own languages. So that's been a doubly difficult situation. At the same time, Indigenous peoples are saying that this is a prophecy. This is part of what was foretold this time would come, and that it's a time for great reflection. It's a time to go within and purify. It's a time to take, really clarify who we are as a species and what we want for our future and what we want for future generations. So it's been interesting being part of a lot of these conversations recently.
Yeah, so it's interesting. One of the questions I've been asking for people and just trying to just grapple with a little bit is this, like, okay, so normal before this whole thing started was not great for most people. And maybe they talk about the 1%, but it's probably 1/10 of 1% that it's been great for. Even the wealthy, people from the United States or Europe, wealthy meaning relatively wealthy to the rest of the world, have all been in a state of struggle as well, a different kind of struggle, but nobody's quote unquote had it made, right? And we've just been pretending like it's that way. And now we're all out of this, and we see, oh wow, it's kind of this culture that we built that's perpetrating, violence on the whole world, Indigenous peoples, poor people, especially poor people, the lower 2 to 3 billion. Like, how can we participate in this when it's not even good for us? And so a lot of the questions for us, honestly, soul searching is, and today is about this with this festival, like, well, what kind of world do we want to build? Considering how fragile and broken this one is, what kind of world do we want to build? That's us for us. And I think you can reflect on that for us a little bit for yourself personally, but, do the Indigenous people have a different view on that than us? You said they had it as a prophecy. They have any idea for themselves what is on the other side of that prophecy would be something I would be really curious about.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because we are all in this isolation. We're all working on our personal survival. We're worried about whether or not, our loved ones, especially parents, elders, will make it. We're definitely in this existential question, living that question. But, what we've shown as a global community is that we've shown we can turn on a dime. We can shut down, power down, go inwards, isolate, make huge changes globally in the space of no time at all, when our leaders basically help us get clear about our priorities being life, being surviving. And, in looking at everyone's looking at those curves, like how do we flatten the curve for COVID-19 globally? Well, we need to simultaneously be flattening the curve for greenhouse gas emissions and species extinction and our economic, inequality and injustice. We need to be basically doing simultaneously those kinds of things. And, but I do think that the current crisis is showing us that we can change. We can make far-reaching change. When we put life before money or life before our economic well-being, that we're putting the entire idea of our community and collective well-being as our priority. And the planet needs for us to do that now. So I think this idea of survival of the individual to the survival of our communities to the survival and well-being and health of the planet, planetary health, biosphere health, ecosystem health, my bioregion health, all of that is there for us to notice, is there for us to see with new eyes. And I do think that, it's a space of basically saying, how can we not waste this moment, not waste this crisis, use it as an opportunity to usher in a world that's focusing on the things we really care about, which is health and well-being, happiness, and from that place be seeking also economic security and financial security. Now, the thing I will say, you mentioned the inequality, that it's the thing that I certainly feel like is the untold story that needs to get into the people's consciousness. I mean, people generally know that there's inequality in the world. But if you just look at some of the statistics, the fact is that 93 cents out of every dollar that the global economy grows goes to that 0.1% of the population that already controls more wealth than half of the world's poorest people. And that's hard to wrap our head around. What's happening is that our economic system, which is life blind, it destroys life to make money. That system is not also it's also basically doing a disservice for future generations and also current generations. It's creating inequality, that's creating more poverty. And the fact is that if we can think about the fact that the economic system right now is creating a situation where the more money you have, the more power you have, and the more money you receive in the future. And basically that inequality is creating such a super high concentration of wealth in the hands of a few companies and a few pools of funds that's basically undermining our democracy. It's undermining our life support system of the planet, and it's undermining ultimately our ability to have a collective democracy that works for all. And so we do, it's a time to notice that. It's a time to really say, well, how would we live? How would we live if we, we could basically take away the struggle for survival, which is at the kind of the operating system of most of the world, not just the world's poor, but most of the world is in this mindset of or in competitive struggle for survival. If we remove that and said, basically we have the means and the will to live in seek happiness and well-being, and I think people would respond to that. I mean, that's why I think some of the conversations about universal basic income is taking off so much right now. Even the Pope has called for it, and there are countries that are looking at testing how this could work. Spain has made a commitment to move to a permanent universal basic income, to basically say if your basic needs were met and you could focus on the things that matter, happiness, health, well-being, service to the whole, service to life, service to community, to mental health, physical health, and ecosystem health, what would you do with your life if all of your basic, needs were met? And I think we're just, we're in that space right now, we're in that liminal space where the old stuff is like really not working, and we're in, we're on timeout right now, and the new stuff is starting to appear on the horizon. We kind of see where we need to go, we just don't know how to get there. And I think part of our challenge now is to really inspire the masses to help birth the world that we know is possible, that our hearts know is possible.
That's beautiful. When I hear you say that, I think if I had a magic wand for you, Atossa, and we could call it a prayer, we could call it a declaration, but if we knew that our words in this moment would speak reality into existence, what is it that you would share? What is it that you would say that would bring that most precious world that we all see into existence with a level of ease that's available to us?
I mean, whether it's a prayer or it's a paradigm, it's probably both. One thing that I always think about is the indigenous wisdom that has been shared with me in many circles around the fire in the jungle, in circles here in North America with indigenous people. They always say, really, we are borrowing this earth from future generations, and that our aspiration as human beings needs to be being good ancestors to future generations. That just speaks so loudly to me in terms of what is our cultural value around who we are. We're in this world right now where the cultural paradigm is about being successful or being rich, having followers or being famous. Those kinds of things are the cultural paradigm of success for our generations. And I think about, indigenous wisdom says, your success story is about being a good ancestor to 7, 10 generations into the future. So I think about that, and when my meditation, sometimes I basically say, okay, I'm listening to the future generations. What are you telling me? And also, this whole idea, I love the work of Joanna Macy and the work of deep ecology and the work that reconnects, really calling on us to listen from that place of like what wants to be born right now, listening to the earth, listening to future generations, what wants to come through right now, and how do we serve that which is, you know, wanting to come through right now. And it's a question. And, you know, I think the other thing that I would say to you is that sometimes just sitting on the beach or sitting on a mountainside or some in nature in the forest listening, you know, what ends up happening for me is that I end up seeing the genius in nature, the patterns in the forest, the way that the genius, the patterns of life in the forest. And I think that, you know, obviously biomimicry and permaculture are ways that they're thought patterns that are reflecting on the wisdom of nature, saying how can we get, you know, take that wisdom from nature and incorporate it into the way we live our lives. And I always think, gosh, you know, nature has like the most incredible palettes. It's the most amazing artist. It's the most beautiful designer. It's incredible engineer, architect. It's got this, you know, the work of Biomimicry Institute to promote nature-based design, nature-based solutions. And I think, gosh, you know, if we could just relax and saying like, we don't have to figure everything out in our heads. We just have to take in, receive the wisdom that is all around us. You know, how can we adopt the principles of living systems into the way we organize our economies, our food systems, our energy systems, our, you know, basically interdependent, interwoven human systems. And so, yeah, so I reflect on that a lot. I reflect on, you know, the great work that's already been done by folks that are looking at systems thinking, regenerative economies, regenerative finance, and really saying, okay, the first thing we need to do is sort of have mindfulness, like look at the state of the planet and see how we are living collectively, and then look to nature for the answers. And then how do we organize politically to, you know, of course we have to organize politically, but here's what I would say, we have to organize in communities. You know, like as I said, nature self-organizes. No central authorities telling trees to do this or that. Nature self-organizes. We are nature. When we look at, you know, the statistics that only half of the cells in our body are human cells, the other half are other beings, like microbiome, and that we are an ecosystem, that we, from a very cellular level all the way to the biosphere, are these patterns of living systems. So how do we get aligned with that? How do we get aligned with life? And so we were asking this question at a conference call I was in with these amazing thought leaders going, okay, how do we align our lives with life? And I was thinking about this, and I was like, it's like also this word we use the word saying making a living. We say making a living, you know, this is idea that we're making a living. So how do we bring making a living about life honoring, perpetuating conditions for life to continue? How do we do that? And I think if people were given a choice, I mean, a lot of people already do, people who are farming, who are helping heal, who are healers, who are nurses, who are doctors, who are doing all kinds of modalities of healing, are already in this economy of the caring and sharing economy, the gift economy. If your basic needs were met, what would you do? How would you serve the organism? And you know, most people's fears are about struggle for survival, struggle for food and shelter and water and safety and personal safety. And all of those things are holding us back. And we are in a place where we have the means, we have the wealth in the world to address every need of every human being on this planet, and allow them to pursue this idea of, you know, what nature does, flourishing, which is like evolving, co-evolving, qualitatively evolving as opposed to quantitatively evolving, which is what we're doing now. It's going on and on. I'm so excited.
Yeah, no. I want to just reflect a couple of things I heard. You said something about human flourishing, and I think that was really great, and just especially looking at indigenous people and the fact that they actually have models that produce flourishing. Well, most of us and most of our cultures worldwide, we actually don't even know what that means. We need like a basic course on what it looks like to flourish. And then the other thing you said, there's two pieces. One, around seeing nature, like looking out and seeing the genius in nature. And I love that you said that, biomimicry and these abilities to see beyond ourselves, like see beyond my body and my home and my family, actually to go out into nature and see. And I think that's a brilliant suggestion, that we expand our consciousness by literally expanding what we see, what we're witness to. And then the second thing you said that really resonated strongly with me and kind of our generative futurist look is that we need to listen to the voices of our descendants, 7, 10, 20, 30, 100, 1,000, 10,000 years in the future. We need to listen for their voices speaking back to us. What's their request for us as ancestors? What is it they are asking us to leave them? And that's another expanding consciousness move. You're not just seeing more and witnessing more, you're actually being present to those future generations and those past generations. And when you speak that way, it just rings true, and it rings as a practice that everybody listening today, go outside, see if you can see more. Go inside and see if you can hear more. See if you can hear that call of those future generations. And I think between those two pieces of guidance, a lot becomes very much more clear. A lot of times we talk about, do we need to turn to the indigenous peoples to learn those things? Well, but we have the planet Earth, we have Mother Earth here, and we have all of time that we can meditate and commune with ourselves. And so I think a little bit what you're saying is, hey, we have to generate that for ourselves and that relationship for ourselves. So I really appreciate that. I want to ask one last question. What is going on for you in Amazon Watch? I know, these economic times and certain period cause a lot of stress, especially if you're trying to, your task of protecting the headwaters is Herculean. It's a huge task. Is there anything that we can do as an audience to support you in the Amazon right now?
Yeah, that would be awesome to get more support. We are, several things. One is the Sacred Headwaters Initiative is a coalition, includes Amazon Watch, Pachamama Alliance, 25 indigenous nations in Ecuador and Peru. We're working to protect an area the size of Oregon in the headwaters of the Amazon. We're working to transition to an economic future that's based on life flourishing. And we're doing all kinds of strategies, whether it's trying to demand debt forgiveness for the country, to providing support for implementation of indigenous people's life plans, which are their holistic view for their territories, and also fighting the destructive mining, demanding that the oil be kept in the ground. We have a declaration on sacredheadwaters.org that spells out this, the vision for the Sacred Headwaters and the work the indigenous peoples are doing there and we're supporting. And we invite people to sign that declaration and be in solidarity with that movement for the future of the headwaters, which is the most biodiverse part of the Amazon basin. And then the other thing we're inviting people to do is learn about how, whether it's consumption of beef or the financial institutions they're banking out, or whether it's, what products that are coming from the Amazon that could be boycotted, and not just your own personal consumption, but help us put pressure on the big buyers like Costco and companies that are by JP Morgan Chase or BlackRock who are financing the destruction. So help us be a movement, help us support the indigenous peoples. And then the last thing I would say is that right now we're trying to keep the forest guardians alive. People who are into plant medicine or understand the properties of medicinal plants from the Amazon, which is actually a quarter of all from modern pharmaceuticals come from the rainforest. We need to keep alive indigenous peoples, and they're facing COVID. So we've launched a COVID emergency fund to bring resources. We're trying to raise basically within the next 2 months, $5 million for immediate, urgent, keep alive indigenous peoples and their organizations, everything from test kits to prevention, to medical evacuation, to food systems and resilience so they're less dependent on the outside world. Help us get that going. That's an effort with about 25, 30 environmental and human rights organizations, plus the indigenous peoples themselves decide where the money goes, and 100% goes to the front lines. So AmazonEmergencyFund.org is another way. And really, I say become that person who, more than anything you can do is do those things and then also become that person who's part of the forest movement, part of the movement for guardians of life for this planet, become that person who is basically sees themselves as cells in the body of a living organism, and from that place work, whether it's to support the Amazon or your own watershed, your own river basin, to basically become become basically the immune system of Gaia, and from that place we can do a lot.
Well, on behalf of all of life, Atossa, thank you for the courageous, intelligent, and deeply compassionate work that you're bringing into the world. We are with you in solidarity and support you and all of your endeavors going forward. Thank you for sharing your time with us today.
So much, you guys. Really, it's been an honor.
Yeah, thank you for being such an a luminary and a guiding light. You know, like, how do I live my life in such a way that I make a difference? You know, thank you for being that example for us. Hey, we're all behind you. You know, the people at this show today. I encourage everybody to go to that website. It's on the screen, and find a way to support the Amazon in this time when the Amazon and the peoples of the Amazon really need us. So thank you, and we'll be looking forward to hearing more from you, Atossa, in the coming months and years.
Thanks so much.